Boom. All right, audio is live, and you are good to go.
Cool. Thank you, Zach.
Absolutely.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming. I know it seems a little early on a Monday, I guess, to be doing company seminars, but really glad to be here with you all. My name is Katie. I work at Allegion, obviously. I'm a talent attraction partner. I've been with Allegion for 4.5 years now. My role is mainly focused on attracting talent to Allegion, as you may have guessed from the title. I focus a lot on early career talent. So I have the privilege to help recruit for and manage our internship program, as well as our 6 rotational early career full-time programs as well. So we'll talk a little bit more about all of those things towards the end of the presentation, and I'll share a little bit more about the opportunities we have available for 2022. When I'm not focused on early career recruitment this time of year, I also focus on our digital space a lot and how are our jobs advertised online. As we know, when most people are looking for a job, whether it's an internship, a full-time career change, whether you're new talent, experienced talent, whatever it is, your first stop is usually a Google search or looking on Glassdoor for company reviews. So I work a lot in that space, and I work a lot on how our jobs look when they're advertised. Our careers page, are we talking about the right things when it comes to our culture? Are we painting the right and accurate picture of what it's like to work at Allegion? So it's a lot of fun, and it's a constantly changing world when you think about a company culture, especially over the past 1.5 years. You know, everything has changed, no matter if it's how you live, how you work, how you play. So we focus a lot on that and making sure that we're painting an accurate picture for potential applicants or candidates for Allegion. I graduated from St. Mary's College in 2016. Every year I come back to campus, I realize how far I'm getting from being in your shoes. But I truly love getting to come back to college campuses and talk about the great opportunities that we have at Allegion. I'm based out of our headquarters, which is in Carmel, so just north of Indianapolis. If you spent any time in Indy, it's a quick drive, but that is where our Americas headquarters is located. I believe Gallup Strengths is a thing here at Purdue. I think it sounds like it's something that you guys may do during orientation your freshman year. It's a big thing at Allegion too, and so that's something we have in common. And I thought I would share my top 5 strengths with you. Mine are developer, adaptability, belief, relator, and context. And we'll talk a little bit more about how we use strengths at Allegion and how it impacts our culture. So our vision at Allegion, our vision is seamless access and a safer world. This is truly what guides us at Allegion and helps us focus on the path ahead and what our true priorities are going to be. Now we have over 11,000 employees globally and over 30 brands. And with those 30 brands come a lot of different products, a lot of ways that we distribute our products, and so as you can imagine, that's a lot of priorities and a lot of voices saying this should be our number 1, 2, and 3 priority. So our vision is really what guides us and keeps us on the path forward. All right, so now we have a video. Hopefully this will work for you guys.
Brush your teeth in less than 10 seconds with this revolutionary toothbrush. It was created by a well-known dentist. And it took him over 3 years to develop the innovative extension radius technology that powers it. He was tired of seeing his patients with...
There we go. All right, so I always like to share that video just because I think it paints the picture, brings everything together about our vision and our strategy. And if you saw the one slide, it shared that, sorry, pause this. I think I'm still in YouTube. There we go. The moment of access is our moment of value. I don't know if you remember seeing that slide, but that really paints the picture in our passion and what we're about when it comes to safety and security. That moment of access really means everything. Does someone have credentials to access the right place? All the way down to the hardware on the door and anything around the door. So these are things that you don't typically think about, but once you dive into our products and the impact that we make on your everyday life, it all starts to come together. So we're going to talk more about our products and what we make and how we distribute it in just a little bit, but I want to talk a little bit more about our values and culture. So these are the Allegion values. Our CEO, Dave, refers to these as the Great Eight, and he talks about them a lot, and so does the rest of his leadership team. Many times when you attend a company seminar, or if it's orientation at your internship or a full-time role, whatever it is, most companies have a set of values, a vision, a purpose, and that's usually what you spend the most time talking about in orientation, right? They want to hook you on their culture in that orientation. But you don't always talk about the values after you've been there for 2 months, 6 months, a year. Sometimes they fade away. But I've been with Allegion for 4.5 years, and I can honestly say that our values are a topic of conversation week in and week out. They really do guide our decision making, and they are truly the foundation of our culture at Allegion. So we're not going to spend time talking about each and every one, but on our website you can learn a lot more about our values and what they mean to us as an employees. But they are serve others, not yourself, which is my personal favorite value. Be curious beyond the obvious. Enjoy what you do and celebrate who we are. Be empowered and accountable. Do the right thing. This is your business. Run with it. Be safe, be healthy, which is without a doubt our CEO's favorite value. He talks about it all the time. And have a passion for excellence. So I encourage you to go on our website, learn more about our values. We've got some great video content out there that'll get you connected with these. But wanted to be able to share them with you today to get the wheels turning. So we are really passionate about giving back, and we do that in a lot of ways at Allegion. One of the ways we do that is we mentor students around the world just like you. So we'll talk a little bit more about our internship program here in just a few minutes. But that's one way that we kind of see ourselves giving back to the community, is that we welcome students every summer in the U.S. and beyond to come and learn with us and work with us and truly get an immersive experience in the world of safety. We also prioritize employee and company donations. So this picture you see is part of a panel build for a Habitat for Humanity house in the central Indiana area. We have built a house in Indianapolis metro area, I think, for the past 10, 15 years straight. So this is something people get really excited about at Allegion. This is going on right now, and I believe the house will be finished later this fall. But Habitat is one of the bigger organizations that we are really partnered closely with. We also, aside from those volunteer hours, we also give back to food banks, volunteer hours there. We do a lot with the Red Cross as well. Boys and Girls Club of America, there's a ton that we're involved with, but Habitat is one that I wanted to call out specifically. All right, so let's dive into Allegion as a company so you can get an idea about what it is that we do and what we focus on. So we are focused on protecting the places that matter. So that's where you go to school. It's where you lay your head at night. It's where your kids go to school. It is where you stay in a hotel when you're on vacation. Literally, you name it, chances are our products can be found there. We have products in 130 countries, and we have over 11,000 employees across the globe. But despite all of those different positions and locations, we always promise one Allegion that's committed to the protection of everyone. So our global reach, in 2020, we had $2.7 million in annual revenue. We have over 15,000 channel partners as well, and we really rely on those partners to help us grow and maintain our company, but develop and be innovative as well. Our corporate headquarters is actually in Dublin, Ireland. We have a tiny office there. I think maybe 5 people work out of it. But that is where our corporate headquarters is. We also have a global technology center located in Bangalore, India. So as I mentioned, we now have over 30 pioneering brands. Many of them are inventors of their categories, and they're all focused on protecting people and their property in different ways. So I want to talk a little bit as we get into our products about our heritage, because Allegion would not exist without it. Allegion has only been around since 2013, and so you may be wondering, how can we have all these brands in just that matter of few years? A lot of these brands, as I mentioned, are inventors of their product category, and they bring with them such a rich history that makes us truly stand out among competitors in the industry. So first, in 1908, I wanted to point out Von Duprin, which is #1 in North America within its category. Von Duprin invented the exit device. How many of you know what an exit device is? It's that metal push bar on the door right there that you touch every single day, multiple times a day. So those are actually manufactured on the east side of Indianapolis, so not too far from here. And something that you probably never thought about until today, and now you will every time you walk out of a door. So a simple device, but has a huge impact on our everyday lives. Schlage also, the first patents for cylindrical and push-button locks. You may have a Schlage lock on your home or your apartment. Again, a logo that most of us probably recognized before today, but now hopefully will stick with you a little bit longer. Allegion in 1926 created the door closer. So that is what you see on the top of that door right there. So that's what makes sure the door doesn't slam shut behind you and cause everyone a headache as you leave. So Cisa was also in 1926, located in Italy. It patented the first electrically controlled lock, so that was a huge step for a mechanical device to then be electrical. Interflex is a European leader for workforce management, so stepping outside of the hardware space, but still focused on keeping that workforce management space kind of our focus as much as we can. SimonsVoss in 95 created the keyless digital transponder, so that was a big deal for us to be able to take our products to the next level as well. And then finally, and these are not all of our brands obviously, but just some of the big ones along the way on the timeline that have really helped us create our reputation. But in 2013, Allegion was born. So we spun off from Ingersoll Rand as a security division, focused on locks and more, as you can see. But since then, we've been growing and we haven't stopped. We've had a huge focus on innovation and technology, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But there's plenty more that you can learn as well on our website. So this is a full list of our Allegion brands. Some of these you may recognize, like Schlage. You may recognize Kryptonite if anyone has a bike. We do make bike locks as well. Republic is our steel doors and frames business, operating out of Cincinnati and Chino, California. Von Duprin, of course, we manufacture those exit devices that I pointed out earlier on the door. But again, these are global brands as well, so ones that you may not be as familiar with, but I wanted to at least give you a visual of some of our logos here. So I mentioned that since our spin in 2013, we've been focusing on innovation. And how do we continue to stay relevant in the world of security and within the industry? How do we keep up with our competitors? Not going to spend too much time here, but I just wanted to mention, this focus around industrial engineering, design, and IT have really enabled us to take a very basic product and make it sexy and exciting. So these are some of our digital, kind of more electrically focused products. This is a doorknob actually that through the holes in the doorknob pushes out a light. So this was a award-winning product for us. And you can learn more about it on our website. But things that have really just taken us to the next level and really focus on the user interface of something as simple as a doorknob. Ventures and partnerships, you can see in the middle. We've focused a lot here in the past couple years around our investment and relationships with other companies, and really being able to project the future as much as we can. Where can we partner and make ourselves stronger as an organization but also help others kind of pave the way for theirs as well. OpenPath, for example, is what I use, is the app that I use on my phone so that I don't have to carry around a plastic card as a badge to get into the building every day. I just scan my phone, makes my life a lot easier than I have to keep up with that. And then finally, acquisitions, companies we've literally bought to make us stronger and be better. Most recently is Yonomi in the digital space, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. But over the past several years, since 2013, you can see the list there, including TGP, Simons Voss, Gainsborough, AD Systems, and AXA have all really made us much richer of an organization in terms of the product portfolios that we have under the Allegion name. So again, there's tons more information on this on our website. I just wanted to peel back the shade for you a little bit so that you can see what we've been up to since 2013. So a few highlights about the company. You know, what are we known for within the industry? I would say mostly the fundamentals and characteristics of the business. You know, we've only been around for 2013, but when you think about some of those companies or brands that we have acquired with the Allegion name, been around since the early 1900s and late 1800s, that really makes us stand out among our competitors. Our focus on seamless access is really always creating opportunities for us and profitable growth. We also believe that we will enter the next 5 years from a position of strength. You know, COVID has definitely put a couple bumps in the road, I think, for everyone and every business, but we've really been able to be intentional in what we're focusing on over the past year and a half. And we still feel really strong about where we are as an organization and are really excited for the future, despite those bumps in the road. We have an innovative culture, and we are always focused on driving that growth in our core markets. And really, no matter your position at Allegion or what you do or what you focus on, as I mentioned, we use that vision and purpose to guide us towards the future. We have a diverse customer base and business partners. We have a high-performing workforce that is actively engaged. If you have employees that are not actively engaged, you are not going to see the performance and profitability that you want to see with your company. And that is why Dave and our other leadership members focus so heavily on the engagement of employees. We do a couple surveys throughout the year just to do a pulse check to see how engaged we are or are not. And with that comes an action plan. It's not just a survey you fill out and say, I'm kind of enjoying my job, but I'm feeling a little stuck. There's always action afterwards, and that's what I love about working at Allegion, is we're very action-oriented. But before we take action, we take time to get a pulse check and see how things are going, and then pick out the parts we need to focus on and work on a little bit. All right, let's go deeper into our business. So securing all the places where people thrive. We've touched on this a little bit already, but this little picture shows you just how many places Allegion can be in one screenshot in your mind. So you can see the bike, you can see the exit device on the door, you can see the card reader at the door. We are focused on protecting people and their property where they live, work, visit, and play. So that's basically anywhere you can imagine. And I guarantee now that you know that's an Allegion product, someone told me this when I started Allegion, that I will start examining doorways everywhere I go, every public building, all my friends' houses, and it's true. You really do start to pay attention to those things and realize just how important they are in your own peace of mind and your safety. So diving in a little deeper, we focus our products within the workspace on commercial offices and facilities, government institutions, energy facilities, and within transportation in your community. Think about your siblings or your children's schools, community buildings and rec centers, hospitality, and also healthcare facilities. Residential and multifamily at home, and also within the portable security space. So I mentioned our Kryptonite brand. That is where we make our bike locks. All right, so here's a little bit kind of diving deeper into our products and what we make. So 1909, Schlage had our first patent with our company. And you can kind of follow, we won't go through this in detail, but you can kind of follow the timeline along to see some of these major products that have really changed the game for us in the safety industry. So obviously, you may recognize these keypad locks here in 2006. That is really quite some time ago now. Now that we're in 2021, and you can kind of see how we've changed since then with our Z-Wave locks, our Bluetooth capability, and now most recently our Encode Wi-Fi lock. So we are constantly thinking about the future and how do we take something that started out as a pretty basic mechanical lock and keep it relevant and keep it exciting, a product that people will continue to want to put into their homes. So that's a pretty good starting foundational understanding of our products and who we are. But like I said, there's tons more that you can learn on our website. But I wanted to spend the rest of our time together today talking about our opportunities. I know that's why you guys are here, right? And you want to know, how can I work at Allegion? Or, what might interest me in terms of what opportunities we have for next year. So want to provide you with an overview of our summer internship program. What year are you guys? Just curious. Can we go around the room? Freshman. Freshman? Sophomore. Okay, perfect. So our internship program is focused on a deep dive into what it is to be an Allegion employee. And we really focus on the Allegion culture. Obviously, when you're hired to be an intern at Allegion, you have a title, right? It's summer intern mechanical engineer, summer intern cybersecurity analyst, whatever it is. You're there to do a job, of course. But we want to take advantage of those very short 12 weeks and really show you the culture of Allegion, really immerse you into what it's like to be a part of our culture. So because of that, we make sure that you are part of a dedicated team that collaborates on meaningful projects, and it's real work. I think we're getting away from this now, thankfully, but a couple years ago, it was kind of the norm that you might roll into a larger corporation or a larger company like Allegion, and you might get stuck doing one or two kind of side projects, and then you're spending your time making copies or filing papers. Who wants to do that, right? Who wants to do that at a corporation where you can learn? I think we have gotten away from that, as the world kind of advances and we focus on these more meaningful experiences. But we've always been dedicated to that. And just throwing you in, being there to support you and answer your questions, of course. You will never be left alone. We'll always be supported. But we want to see you thrive, and you won't have that without opportunities to grow and learn. So the work that you do is real, and it's going to be a meaningful project, and you will see the impact of your work at the end of the 12 weeks. That is a guarantee. We also provide you with a good support system that will mentor you. So your manager will be someone who is highly engaged. We don't let just anyone at Allegion have an intern. It's not just a raise your hand process and, okay, we're going to go hire someone and find someone to work for you. It's a pretty thorough request process. In fact, it goes all the way up to our senior leadership that reports to our CEO. So that just tells you how invested our executive leadership is in early career talent and the internship program. They have that level of visibility on who gets hired. And so just wanted to share that with you, that it's a very kind of intense process. So the managers that do end up with interns understand that it takes time to mentor an intern. And it really is about developing that professional relationship. But beyond your manager, your teammates will be your go-to people, right? Your manager won't always be available to answer your questions. And we encourage you to reach out to people other than your manager. But your teammates will be there to help you succeed too. And, one of the best pieces of feedback we get at the end of every summer is, I really felt like an employee, not an intern. And that's exactly what we're going for. We don't want there to feel like there's that divide just because you're a student versus a full-time employee. We also offer opportunities for professional development. So I mentioned StrengthsFinder. You will have the opportunity to complete that assessment. I know most of you probably already have. So you could, if you were an intern at Allegion, you could either stick with the results that you got when you started here at Purdue, or you could take the assessment again, see if maybe things shifted around. But we use StrengthsFinder at Allegion to help us understand how we tick, right? What makes us the people that we are? What are we naturally good at? But also not just focus on yourself, but your team. What do I provide to my team? How do I support them, and how do they support me? So we do a 2 or 3 series kind of lunch and learn around StrengthsFinder, and you'll get to meet with one of our certified strengths coaches to understand your strengths and how you can utilize those, not just at Allegion, not for those 12 weeks. You take those with you, once you walk out the door of your internship. So we focus a lot on strengths throughout the summer. We also do leadership speaker lunch and learns. So the past 2 summers have been a hybrid approach. Most of our interns have worked remotely over the past 2 summers, and we've gotten pretty good at making that a great experience. And so I say that because it's September, and who knows what the next several months will bring. And so once we get closer to May of next year, when our internship program begins, is when we would make those decisions around, what your work environment would be. But I say that because the virtual space has actually opened up an opportunity for our internship program in that we've been able to involve our executive and other senior leadership teams so much more, because it's a lot easier to have someone hop on a call for 30 minutes from their computer than schedule everyone to be in the same room in Carmel. So we've had really great luck with that. And these are, for the most part, our lunch and learn sessions where we'll have our leadership of engineering or our leadership of our supply chain group on the phone and with their cameras on, just ready to answer your questions and ready to hear about your backgrounds, and they want to be able to be a support for you. So you'll have the opportunity to hear from each of them. And we always try to get Dave, our CEO, involved as much as possible, and he loves doing it. So that exposure to senior leadership is not something you're going to get at every organization, especially the size of Allegion. So I wanted to highlight that as well. So networking events. Typically, in a normal world, we would attend sporting events. We try to do as many site tours as we can. For example, we always try to make it out to Indy Ops, which is where we manufacture and distribute the Von Duprin exit device. We have a really impressive operations there, and we regularly do tours there. So we always like to get students there when we can. So hopefully we can make that happen again for next summer. And just different events around the campus if you are working on site. Before COVID, it seemed like there was always something going on in the Carmel office. We would have paper airplane competitions, and there's an actual plaque in our office, so people take it pretty seriously. I mean, ping pong, there's all kinds of stuff that's going on. And so I hope we can get back to more of that, as we hopefully start making our way back into the office. But I will say, even virtually, we've taken advantage of being able to connect with each other across the globe. And there are plenty of different opportunities where you can still connect with other interns and other employees, even if you're not face-to-face. We have something called Global Coffee Breaks, which happens, I think, every week or 2 weeks. We have all kinds of different topics, ranging in the topic, but anyone can attend, and you can meet new people that way. So that's just one example, but there are plenty of ways that we make sure to get interns involved in our everyday culture at Allegion. And then lastly, I'll mention the community service projects. That's usually a highlight of the summer for our interns, just focused on kind of past feedback. And, even though we've been remote the past 2 summers, we haven't been able to plan on-site kind of give back events. So we usually do a service center at Ronald McDonald House at Valley Hospital. And then we usually participate with Habitat as well. But because of COVID, we've been limited the past couple summers. But just before our internship ended this past summer, we did a project called Missing Maps with the Red Cross. I don't know if you guys have ever done that before. But it's something you can do digitally, and it has a huge impact. You're able to partner with the Red Cross, and someone walks you through literal areas of the globe where there are missing maps. And so you go through and create maps for people that need to find hospitals, that need to find fresh drinking water. And so it's pretty cool that we can all come together digitally and make this happen. So that's something we've been able to kind of implement and check that box with over the past couple years. So I know that's a lot of information, but that's roughly kind of what you can expect to experience as an intern at Allegion. I won't go through the requirements, but I did want to have those here on the slide here, and you'll see the necessary requirements for every job once you review those online as well. So just wanted to point that out before we move forward. So here are a couple of highlights from some of our past lunch and learns that we've had. We had one, I believe, 2 years ago, all around building your personal brand. And this is something that we try to build in some way every summer. As you think about taking your career to the next level, once you graduate, what is it? How do you brand yourself? How do you network beyond just adding people on LinkedIn, right? And, maybe talking to them at some point or maybe not. So we have a lot of people across our business that are really passionate about this, your personal brand and the idea of that. So that's one that's always been really popular. The middle is Rob Martins, who is talking about Allegion Ventures. So he's basically the guy that's in charge of who we get to acquire. So he goes out and finds companies that would make Allegion an even better and stronger company. And he is really a great speaker and just super interesting to hear his background and how he got to where he is today. And then on the right-hand side, you see Dave, our CEO. So we have conversations with Dave. And you get him in a room with, 50, 60 interns, and you can just see him light up. He just loves to interact with our early career talent and loves being able to share how he got to where he is today and from where he started. So just wanted to share a couple highlights with you in terms of how we kind of break up the monotony, right, of everyday work and bring everyone together. So I wanted to share just some feedback from our past interns. Won't read through each and every one of these quotes, but I just wanted to share with you. The recommend to a friend and approved CEO rates are directly from Glassdoor. So we pulled those from there. I mentioned earlier that, a lot of students share with us that they didn't feel like an intern. They felt like a full-time employee, and that 12 weeks goes by so fast. By the time you're situated and get comfortable, the summer is almost halfway over, right? And you're trying to think about how to wrap up your projects. So we try not to distract from your work too terribly much. We'll have maybe one event a week. We try not to do more than that. But we really want to immerse you as much as possible. But these quotes really focus on our culture, so, generally enjoy working here. I've experienced that in the past 4.5 years. People get really excited about safety and security. And I never knew that before I started Allegion, right? I never knew that could be fun, just to be totally honest with you, but it is. And when you see how passionate people are about safety and security, it's something that you pick up on so easily. Everyone I met at Allegion was more than willing to take time to sit down with me, answer my questions, and learn about future career goals. You never know who you're going to meet when you're interning at a company and getting to know your team. And so my advice, no matter where you end up for your first or second internship or whatever it is, take advantage of that time you have to start those foundational relationships, because you never know where those are going to take you. And then lastly, the one thing I appreciated most is that they truly cared about my opinion, even as an intern. So we really focus on feedback so much. If it's about the program, if it's about the actual work that you're doing and the project you're involved in, we want to hear that, and we offer many opportunities throughout the summer for interns to share feedback with us. So that's a priority of ours as well. Am I doing okay on time?
You're doing perfect.
Perfect. All right, so we are getting close to the end. I want to have a little bit of time for questions. But we also have 6 full-time early career programs as well. I know you guys are pretty early in your college career, but want to share this with you still. You may have a roommate or a friend that may be focused on graduation here soon, and you all will be there before you know it, believe it or not. So we do have 6 early career programs, but we are hiring for 4 of them in June of 2022. So I wanted to share a little bit more about them. So we have programs within sales, specification writing, supply chain, and engineering. We have open opportunities for next year in those areas. We focus these programs to be able to provide opportunities for real business impact and exposure to a variety of departments and roles within each function. So within each of these programs, the timing is different for each, whether it's a 12-month program, 24-month, they're all different. But the main focus remains the same, is that we want you to be able to rotate through different areas of our business so that you can figure out what you're passionate about. It's almost like putting several internships together at one time, so you can really start to check the box. Okay, this is something I love doing. I really get a lot of energy from this. Or maybe this was a good experience, but not what I see myself doing for the next 5-10 years. It is a full-time role. You are a full-time employee as a participant of any of these programs, but they are designed for new graduates. Recruitment starts right now. So we'll be recruiting for these programs here for the next couple months. And our programs all begin on the same day, which will be June 13th of next year. So what's included as a participant? Some of the same things that we kind of include in our internship program, but on the next level. So we do have assigned mentors for coaching and guidance. So someone aside from your manager that you can get to know and have as kind of your right-hand person as a new employee. Because not only are you a new employee at Allegion, you just graduated college, so you're a new employee, period. There's a lot to adjust to in the real world, right? So that person will really be your kind of go-to right-hand man there. We do have you'll have a built-in network when you start on day one. I think we have 14 open roles for next year, and so you'll get to meet all these different individuals. You're all starting on the same day, and you'll just have that immediate kind of circle, if you will, people that you can get to know and ask questions as well. Personal strengths and areas for development, we focus a lot on that. Core competencies and curriculum, those are outlined for each program, and those would kind of be shared with you throughout the interview process. Partner cross-functionally with our other early talent programs, and then we also focus on building individual development plans so that you can kind of determine or project where you want to be in the next 2 years, the next 5 years, and you'll have someone to work with that helps paint that picture for you. So that is everything I wanted to share with you today. I know that is a lot of information to take in. It's kind of like drinking out of a fire hose. But this QR code will get you to our Workday page where you can view all of our open opportunities for next summer. You can also go to allegion.workday.com, early talent _careers, but scanning this code is way easier. So I encourage you to do that if you're at all interested. I also have business cards up here on the table. If you didn't grab one, please make sure to. I'm happy to chat at any time about our open opportunities or the experience that we have at Allegion. This will be my 5th recruiting season at Allegion for early career, and it really never gets old talking about what we do at Allegion because I'm passionate about it, if you can't tell, and it's just something that I've seen so many students have great opportunities at Allegion, and those typically do have a pretty good chance of turning into full-time opportunities at the end of the summer. And so we're really focused on converting those interns, very best interns, into full-time employees. And we're just really passionate about what we do at Allegion. And so I hope this was helpful. There's plenty of more information on our website, so I encourage you to check that out if you're at all interested in our opportunities. But with that, are there any questions or anything I didn't cover that you may be wondering about? Don't be shy. What are your majors, just out of curiosity?
First year engineering.
Okay. What about you? Industrial, okay, perfect. So we probably have about 75% of our opportunities available for next year on our website right now. So take another peek, over the next week or so if you're not quite seeing what you might be interested in. We're still working on getting some of those last minute roles up there. But like I said, if there are no questions today, that's obviously understandable. I know it's a lot of info, but email me, give me a call. I would love to talk with you guys about Allegion or any opportunities. Even if you may not be looking for an opportunity right away, let's chat. I'd love to get to know you. And please share as much information as you like with your friends, your roommates, anyone you know that might be looking for an opportunity next year. It was a pleasure to be with you today. Thanks, everybody.
Alrighty, thank you very much for presenting today.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Like I said before, you guys wouldn't mind scanning that table QR code for the attendance purposes. That'd be very excellent. And I believe, yes, this room is available for another 10-ish minutes, and then we'll need to clear out for the next seminar. But if you guys want to hang around in here and ask your questions, that is more than welcome. Beyond that, that's all I have. Thank you all for coming today.
Now, and then if we just pull that out, then you should be good to go.
Oh, that's it, all it is?
Yep,
Okay.
there you go. Yep, and then if you want, I can get you a clicker, but it's whatever you want. Clicker would be nice. Okay, I'll grab that for
Oh,
you.
and then I think someone might have left a
He's
flash.
got lots of, right, I opened, some of my programs with the campus, I thought, I don't know.
Okay. I don't think a lot of employers actually finish uploading their schedules until Saturday.
Okay.
Because I was having the same issue.
Let's throw that in there. The live stream program needs those dependencies to
And
run.
then this flash drive?
ProMach.
That was just a transfer if they needed to,
Okay.
but we're all good.
Yep.
Log in. Career, what's it called? Career Fair Plus.
Yeah.
The application. We got a presentation, so. You ready to roll?
He's giving us a clicker so you can just click through the slides yourself. Dear God, no.
What's that? Yeah, you're gonna start with quiz? That'd be cool. Not really. Just kidding. While he's getting the clicker, can we start?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Ah, here we go, yeah. Hand out the. Put them with you, huh? All right, if you click on these things, you can pass them on to the course.
And now go to him. Oh,
Right here? Down there.
there's our clicker. Let me just plug this in real quick.
Best invention ever is the remote control. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. So, good afternoon. My name is Ken Tennell. I'm the general manager of a company called Shuttleworth. Shuttleworth is in Huntington, Indiana, which is about an hour and a half away from here, heading towards Fort Wayne. So you go 25 and you get out 24 for an hour and a half up the road. Going to introduce my team here. Come on in, guys. So, got Brandon and Jacob. That's Brandon, this is Jacob. Sam and Robin. Robin's our director of HR. Brandon and Jacob are controls engineers. And Sam is an application engineer who also knows how to program controls. So we're going to kind of give you an introduction to ProMach, so you guys have an idea of what companies do like ProMach, and hopefully give you some help and guidance in figuring out how to navigate what you're about to go into, either an internship or a full-time job. Just so we can understand the crowd here by show of hands, how many seniors we got? One senior, okay. So everyone else is looking for internships, is that fair? Fair? Okay, okay, good. So we have a good understanding of what we're looking at. I appreciate you guys coming here today. So again, I'm going to tell you about ProMach and Shuttleworth and give you an idea of what we do, so you have an idea, a video version of what we do, so that you can be educated on that piece. Then we're going to talk a little bit more about the day in the life of an engineer, what these guys do. These guys, Brandon and Jacob and Sam, just graduated December 2019, August of 2020. So they're going to relate much better to you and answer your questions about what to expect in an internship or a full-time position with a company like ProMach. So let's get into that. All right. So we make all the equipment that you're seeing on the screen here, primarily for packaging, the packaging industry. A lot of automation. When I talk about automation, it's a full mechanical design and then build, and then the programming of that equipment. So just about everything you're seeing on the screen was built from sheets of stainless steel and plastic, but built in Huntington, Indiana. So for a variety of different industries, from food and beverage to the life sciences, healthcare, paper industry, automotive industry, solar industry, you name it. So really, if you have ever enjoyed the show How It's Made, we end up making it. So next slide, next video we're going to show you is just a short 3-minute discussion about what, I'm sorry, I got out of line. That'll be coming up here in a second. So ProMach is a company that is specialized in the manufacturing of packaging equipment, okay? So Shuttleworth is the conveyance side of that business, but each one of these companies has a specialty in the packaging world. So if you've ever opened up a bag of ramen noodles, which I think is pretty usual in the college world, our wrappers have wrapped 250 billion packages of ramen noodles a year. Shuttleworth, we enable Amazon to make on demand over 15 million books per week in a number of their plants throughout the world. Allpacks makes retorts, which is basically a big pressure cooker for the pet food industry and other industries where you need high levels of hygiene. We do labeling and coding, printing on demand in many of our locations. We do fillers, we do cappers, we do strip wrappers. We do a lot of we make a lot of the machines that fulfill the demand for packaging around the world. We have 4,000 employees. We have over 50 sites globally where we manufacture. We make nearly 12,000 machines a year. So again, as folks interested, generally speaking, in the supply chain, in manufacturing and engineering, we're making equipment that makes these companies, the companies that you probably recognize, make them work. So if we break down a packaging line generically, you start on the left-hand side and you start with, call it ground coffee. Let's say we're Starbucks and we're going to try to make all the coffee that we need to ship out to wherever in the United States. You start at one end and you have a somewhat fluid powder, which is the coffee grounds, and you need to get it into a bag, and then you need it to get, once it's in the bag, you need to get that into a case. And once it's in the case, you got to seal the case, and then you got to stack the case on a pallet, and then you got to stretch out that pallet, and then you get your forklift and you put it on the truck, right? Or it might get stored for a minute as you're waiting for more pallets to be stored. So all that process requires an enormous amount of engineering. The key, the spine through this whole list right here, this diagram right here is, pay attention, the conveyor, okay? So that's where Shuttleworth comes in. Shuttleworth, we're the glue that holds the packaging line together. And as a result, we end up with the advanced development of different devices to help us along the way, which we'll try to point some of those out in the presentation. You're going to recognize some of the top companies that we work with. This is by no means an entire list. We just thought we'd throw some of the companies that we work with that you probably would recognize. Are there any up there that you don't recognize? First Solar, they make solar panels. Largest solar panel manufacturer in the States. They just received a $750 million grant from the U.S. government to amp it up and build solar panels even faster. So Amazon, you guys know, food product companies. Yeah.
What is Covance?
Thank you. Covance is a division of LabCorp. So when you go to the doctor's office and they're going to draw blood, so they open up a little box and they have some vials in it, and maybe a needle or something like that, and a phlebotomist, stabs you, gets your blood out, wraps it up, puts it in a box, and sends it back. Covance is that company that puts that into a box. We do that for them, excuse me. They're actually based in Indianapolis. Very good customer of ours. And these two gentlemen right here, right out of school, took a $6 million project from them, and we're very, very successful in automating that whole insertion line. So basically making a carton, putting the vials and the needles and the pipettes inside there, closing it, and then shipping it out. So they'll talk to you a little bit more about that project in a minute.
Thank you.
Good question. So ProMach, as I mentioned, is our parent company, and we have locations throughout all these cities in the U.S. We got 250 openings right now for full-time, and a whole bunch of intern positions open as well too. As we pass these two barcodes around, you can scan on the ProMach.com careers website, and interns are now listed on there. So if you want to submit your and get a jump on everyone else, submit your resume today, and we'll get you going. So, but yeah, these are just a sampling of a couple of the demands throughout the U.S. But you can see most of those companies are east of the Mississippi, but we have a good handful of them west as well. Also in Europe, I also manage a division of Shuttleworth in Ghent, Belgium. So we have representation throughout. We also have an office in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Just a minute to put the Shuttleworth symbol there, but all over the world. Now I'm going to switch over to Brandon. He's going to give you a little bit more of a technical dive as to what this Shuttleworth stuff's all about.
So the next video will show you a little more of our history, what our customers are actually getting when they buy some of our equipment. But basically, Shuttleworth is low back pressure conveyor using rollers and shafts. So I'll let the video talk and then we'll go somewhere.
Shuttleworth was born on the premise of providing innovative solutions for producers and packagers. In 1952, Jim Shuttleworth, the son of a tomato farmer, invented a better way to package his father's product. And since 1962, that ingenuity has driven us to constantly evolve materials handling by creating better ways to transport and protect our customers' products. Now, with a footprint in North America, Europe, and Asia, we serve as a value-added partner for our global customers' engineering and manufacturing goals. So how do we do that? Increasing your productivity. We simplify your handling and packaging process to maximize your product output. Enhancing your line efficiency. Our dynamic continuous motion product accumulation and buffering systems provide even production line balancing, resulting in reduced downtime and increased product throughput. Ensuring the quality of your product. Shuttleworth is known across the industry for its patented slip torque technology. This safe-to-touch, game-changing roller surface creates extremely low back pressure, enabling the transportation and accumulation of your products without jamming, scuffing, or shingling, contributing to your overall market advantage. Our customized solutions are designed and tailored specifically to your product, your application, and your facility. Shuttleworth offers scalable solutions that are built to keep you moving, regardless of what it is you're, moving. From food to pharma, personal care to paper, and even automotive to solar energy, our conveyor systems deliver. In-house design and manufacturing allow us to meet your toughest application challenges through an array of specialty device options. Accumulators, blade stops, brakes, combiners, feeders, corners, diverters, lift and rotate, lift and transfer, lift gates, positioners, pushers, rotators, stackers, vision systems. Phew! And yes, we are robot ready. And our experienced, dedicated project managers will ensure your project is on budget and on time, every time. All of this is backed by 24/7 global telephone support, including preventative maintenance service and authorized Shuttleworth parts. And as a division of ProMach, we have over 30 product brands and over 40 manufacturing facilities, so you can be assured we have the best-in-class solution that fits your needs. We welcome you to Shuttleworth. Designed, built, created for you.
Those white boxes, those sea of white boxes that you saw in the video, that was Covance in the project.
Yep. So that shows you a bit about our history, kind of where it all started. But the real key behind that is the slip torque technology. So the friction coefficient that we use with our rollers and our shafts to either have product hit a hard stop and be able to accumulate without any damage to the product, or to move easily. And we do this by designing our systems using CAD software, building them in-house with lasers, CNCs, that kind of thing, and then finishing them up and debugging them and programming them in our shop. So there's a few basic parts to a conveyor, and then also the devices that we add to it. One is the conveyor frame. There are several different versions. Our standard aluminum is what we have on a lot of our systems, where it's just a wet wax container like this one here, or boxes, or something that doesn't require high pressure wash down cleaning, that isn't in a clean room environment, and it's our most used type of frame. Easy Clean Sanitary Series is more for food grade applications, ones where bacteria can grow easily and they have to use high pressure wash down. Slip Track is good for clean room environments like hospital gowns. Low profile conveyors. Smart feed conveyors we'll get to a little later, you'll see a video of that. And then heavy duty conveyors for solar panels, like we talked about. And then the other part is the roller. So we have hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of rollers made up of different plastics, shapes, densities, etc. Our most common is just an acetal plastic, our normal slip fit roller. We'll also use star rollers for if we have stacked paper, that it prevents shingling where the paper will slide off of the stack. So mechanical engineers in here? Okay, so that would be part of your job, is to pick the right conveyor frame and the right roller surface and all that kind of stuff. And then we get into the devices and the integration part of it. So because of our design, our conveyor is more than suitable for accumulators, to incorporate devices in the surface as well as around it, like brakes and blade stops. We also have diverters, lift and rotates, a whole bunch of other devices like you saw in the video and like we'll go over here in a second. All of this is stuff that you would be designing and programming for the programmers. Electrical. Okay. So diverters are one of them. When you're dividing tall, skinny product into lanes, if you just shift them and let them roll, they'll wobble and fall out. So one of our devices is a telescoping laner. It extends with the product in the direction of travel as it shifts, so that it keeps the product straight up and then retracts so they can shift again. We do this with baby food bottles, pill bottles like you see. You'll see another example here in a minute of some jugs. This is a typical laner that we do. It just has a flexible guide at the front running on linear slides, and then has a brake there that will hold the product as it shifts to the other lane. So for the programmers, you'll work on timing and everything of how many products are going through and how fast it has to move. Mechanically, you'll spec out all the design parameters like you're seeing here, the motor, etc. So this is another version of our telescoping laner, a little bit lighter frame, and then this is a unique one. This is a version of a telescoping laner that uses plastic UHMW tabs that extend with the product. Who uses wet wipes, especially with COVID? Yep. So the flat packages, where they're stacked like that, they like to stick to any surface. So a stainless steel guide that's straight like that one with the pill bottle wouldn't really work with this. So having segmented plastic that will follow the product and trace it allows for the product to move in zero. So you'll see it just travel with the product as it goes to different ones. Indexing and impeding is another one. So if you've got a stack of products that are back to back to back, and you go into a flighted conveyor, ones that have tabs, molded into it, like you see on this one here. You need to separate them out at a certain pitch spacing or a certain gap spacing so that they'll fall into that and they won't kind of grenade with the conveyor. So one of the things that we do is indexing, spacing them out, timing it right, letting them flow into the customer's other conveyor. Whether that's for an incline or another reason for the application. There's a butter job. Had to separate it for spacing. And then this is the Servo Smart Sheet I was talking about. This will take in any certain gap of product. It's usually back to back. And space it out. If you see the two belts that are pulling the product forward very quickly, it will space it out so that it falls right up or right in front of that pin that's pushing it forward on the stainless steel surface. So that also goes into the timing for electrical and then the mechanisms that mechanical would need to design. And other ways we can index are just different speeds of conveyor and other devices as well. Sorting and rejecting, so seeing if products are falling over like this one, if they're dented, bad, missing a QR code or a barcode like this one, so it'll take a picture of it, make sure they can read the barcode. If the barcode wasn't printed on it, then it'll shoot it off with an air knife. That way you ensure for your customers that they're not getting any bad product. This is what we call our pole nose reject. So on the blue surface, it will take a picture of it, make sure that it's the right length, and then let it pass if it is, and drop it if it's not. This application works for a variety of different products, including tortillas, like you see here. If they've got a hole in them, or if they're double stacked, then it'll retract, let it drop in, and it's sent forward on the next year product. And then a typical diverter or sorter is this one. It's just a pneumatically driven back and forth that uses a camera decision to decide where it's supposed to go. So a couple of the options, or a couple of the job openings we're looking for, and definitely not all, and I believe you can explain more on that, are industrial engineers who will help develop the system design concept, work with the customer and the sales rep to make sure it's generally what they want or what the customer wants, and get pricing, and try to make it fit for the application and help us bring in the job. That's really what sets some of the precedent of the job and helping us get it for each of our customers is the conceptual design that industrial engineers do. Mechanical engineers, you'll flesh out the design, really detail it, make it actually what it is, release all the parts, resolve any issues that come up with it, and then work on other R&D devices as well. So you'll help develop the next telescoping laner or the next servo smart feed or something that we haven't thought of yet. Supply chain analysts, are there any supply chain-ish in here? Should I move on?
We got it.
And do you want to go over electrical?
Yeah, real quick, just because, I mean, most people in here said that they were looking for internships. Again, who is looking for more of a full-time? I know we have one person back there. Right now, is anyone else walk in? Okay. I mean, there's so few people here. Real quick, because we have an internship listing on our website, which we'll show you here in a minute, but there's like 15, or was it like 15 or so different titles or so? Or was
It's
it
all
like,
the same title, but I have it open for 15 people. So
Oh, gotcha.
it's kind of a general posting, tells you what an internship looks like at Shuttleworth, and it's on the website posted. So if you're interested in an internship, you can go out there and upload your resume and apply that way. So
does it dig down to sort of what type, is it just a general,
it's more of a general.
so it isn't specified, different types of engineering or project management or stuff? I didn't know who all was looking, do we do project manager?
If you want to go
stuff,
through your day in your life.
Right on.
anyways.
I just didn't know, okay, so So as far as like a day in the life of like what we do, like we're controls engineers. Like we went to Purdue and we graduated with ECET degrees. Anyone here in the ECET program, or maybe EE or something like that? Yeah. So it's like something that we did was we graduated from ECET, and then what we do on a normal day is we have a desk and we'll spend part of our time there. Typically, what happens is we'll have like a new project will come in, like I have a frozen lasagna job project where I sat down in a meeting. You'll get all your mechanical and your electrical engineers, your applications guys, maybe a sales guy who sold the project, a project manager, get together, go over the scope of work on a project, see how much, what your budget is to work with, and then make sure everyone is in line with what they're doing. And then I'll go back and sit at my desk for a bit, and then I'll write up a bill of materials for a job for electrical components for the controls portion of the system. So as controls guys, we are basically, when we touch the project, usually the mechanical scope of it, like the conveyors, that's already ironed out for us, and so we'll choose electrical components, the sensors, and electrical components that drive the motors at what speed they need to go to, and some sort of processor that's like the brain behind everything. We'll choose all those components, and then once those components are chosen, then you'll move on to the schematics portion, where we'll sit down and write some schematics for how we think the system is going to connect together, send those off to our electrical assemblers, maybe work on another project for a bit while that stuff is getting assembled for you. Then we'll go back in, and then now we're not sitting at our desk anymore, and now we're out on our shop floor. We'll connect our laptop up to our PLC using just an HDMI, Ethernet cable, and we'll start programming. We'll start programming the system for a while too, so you're not always sitting at your desk. You'll be out on the floor trying to program something and then checking a sensor to see if it works. You'll run some product on the conveyor, and so your deliverables are very much in front of you. You'll have a physical product, a physical deliverable that you'll see, so you get a gauge on how you're doing instead of just sitting at a computer programming all day. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I know some people like to work with their hands and see something physical to know they're doing well, so that's what we'll do. And then after getting everything debugged out on the shop floor and the system is doing okay, then sometimes the customer will ask for us to install it for them as well, and so we'll go out on the road and then we'll help the installation process at the customer facility. Like for example, after I'm done at this career fair, I'm going down to Richmond, Kentucky, and I'm doing an installation for Sherwin-Williams, the paint company. We just they bought a job from us to convey paint cans, and then so that's getting currently assembled down there right now. Then I'm going to go down there and oversee the programming of it, make sure that's okay. So that's just one role at Shuttleworth, the electrical portion of it, and then we work closely with the mechanical guys as well. So the mechanical guys will throughout an entire project we'll check in with each other every now and then, make sure everything's good there. Like if maybe we have to order a new sensor and then we need a bracket for a mounting bracket for it, so we'll talk to the ME assigned to the project, and then they'll get that. They'll take care of us. So a lot of us work very closely with each other. And then, there's a lot of internship opportunities for that. For the person who is looking for a full-time job, what's your major?
Industrial engineering.
Industrial engineering. So that goes more into applications.
Yeah.
Right on.
So what Sam was hired for?
Oh yeah.
Do you want to speak to it a little bit?
Yeah, I can. So I just started recently. So I'm a fresh face at the company. Side note, one of the things that drew me there is the variety. So not only are there different types of majors or disciplines or professions, but there's a whole bunch of different types of products and a whole bunch of different types of technology that you're going to utilize. So I like the ability to kind of work on different things and kind of get exposed to different things. So it's a really interesting aspect of the company that drew me there. As far as my job as an applications engineer, I'm basically going to be doing some of those things listed under industrial engineer. We do a lot of CAD work, do a lot of mechanical drawings to kind of see, okay, we have this project and we have to figure out what conveying solution to use, and then trying to identify all of those, you solve the different types of conveyors and all the different types of rollers, and trying to figure out which solution fits best in that application. and we'll kind of do like a test, we'll draw it out in CAD and line it up and connect it up, and then we help with the pricing, and so that way the sales team knows, this is how much it's going to be. They got that information from someone like us who kind of has some of that technical background and who can kind of help decide, we need this type of motor, we need this type of this or that type of that, so it's a little nuanced.
So, congratulations, you guys are at a great university, Purdue. You guys are used to seeing guys like us stand in front of you and talk at you. I want to hear some questions from you all. What do you think? What is interesting to you from the presentation we just presented?
Is there anybody with a major that you don't think gets encapsulated in any of these, and you're curious if your major would fit in with any internship opportunities we have? Because if so, shout out your major, and we can tell you where we might be able to place you, sort of thing. Because I know that there's a wide variety of majors out there, so just want to make sure if anyone had any questions on that.
So it's not specific to that, but I just had a question about, I guess, like the differences about the jobs, like facilities, because I saw in the map where you had the different job postings around the U.S., like there was one for electrical and controls engineer, and then there was another for automation and controls.
Yep.
And then I may have seen one that just said electrical engineer. But I guess I was just wondering what the difference between those positions are. Is it just title?
Yeah, every division might have a slight variance in the titles. Generally speaking, again, we're making, all ProMach is making is packaging type equipment, packaging machinery. So for, let's say here, so Clariant, they don't design and build their own equipment. They run the equipment. They'll make sure that they buy a bunch of vials and use our equipment to put those vials in the boxes and they ship them out. So, but they look for someone like ProMach, like Shuttleworth, to come in and design it from the ground up, from flat steel to making it into a machine, putting all bolts in, and programming the thing. So we call that a controls engineering position, but some of the other divisions might just call electrical. So we've got those positions throughout the entire U.S. So good question. Just for a quick thing, internships. What internships did you guys have before graduation?
So I worked SMC, the pneumatics company, down in Noblesville, Indiana, so I interned with them. You guys might have seen that if you guys are familiar with pneumatics. But Chrysler.
Chrysler?
Yeah.
I just interviewed, or I interned in Bluffton, general manufacturer, it's a lighting company.
Okay. So you guys, by the time you graduate, your internships, you should have a few. It's your opportunity to see what you like to do. That's what this is all about. Give you guys the technical wherewithal to become engineers or become graduates of Purdue. I'm thinking a bunch of you are probably studying engineering. So, and then get to the point where you can decide what it is you want to do when you graduate. Do you want to be on the administrative side? Do you want to use the technical side? The bigger companies that I'll pick on Chrysler for just a second, they're going to buy a lot of equipment that smaller companies are going to make for them, and then they're going to put it to work in their factories. So you end up finding a great deal of satisfaction of working in a factory, utilizing that equipment, speccing out the equipment. Conversely, you might find it really interesting to be on the automation side where you're making automation equipment, is what we do in the chain, if you will. So I want to clarify that because sometimes when I was graduating, I had no clue what the difference was between the two. So hopefully that helps you kind of figure out where we are in the spectrum and what we're here to offer students like yourself. So getting those internships is a good use of your summers. Certainly builds up that resume, and most importantly, it gives you the opportunity to determine what the heck you want to do. You guys will be, believe it or not, you'll be out of these classrooms like that fast. It'll be could be in your rear view mirror, but you need to have an idea of direction, decided on relatively soon. So I know you've got some seniors, you've got some freshmen, you've got some probably in between. So what are the questions? I'll keep talking until you guys ask questions, so.
Oh, I do have a question. So it looks like you guys work with a lot of like consumer packaged goods companies, and I know a lot of them are maybe placing more emphasis on sustainability in their packaging. And so I was wondering if that had impacted like what you guys do at all.
Love that question. I'll start first, and Brandon's got another one on the what we love to do. So packaging over the last 50 years, when Mr. Shelzer started the company, packaging's changed a lot. You guys are not old enough to have that perspective, but packaging back in the day was not cool. Anybody have a smartphone? Yes, you know. The package that comes in is just beautiful. As a matter of fact, in my household, they never throw them away. I throw them in the garbage and they come back. It's amazing because they're just made so well. Back in the day, packaging was not made well. It was really lots of cardboard, paper, and heavy stuff, heavy non-value stuff that just goes in the garbage quickly after. The differences in packaging now is lighter, stronger, it's better for the environment. It is more useful in many, many ways. So yeah, it's changed a lot. And so we're constantly being asked to push the limits of sustainability in a good way, to try to make things better, make it lighter, use less gasoline. One clever customer of ours, and I think there's several that have kind of come along in the last few years, has decided to make grow lettuce indoors in Baltimore. Well, for decades, lettuce in this country is planted and harvested in Southern California, and then trucked all the way across for a $5 head of lettuce. It's ridiculous. You're going to spend $20 in gas to bring your head of lettuce all the way over here. So they say, hey, let's cut this out. Let's automate a factory. They converted a big box into a farm, indoor grow farm. It was not without its challenges, for sure, but they're able to make a head of lettuce in something like 15 days, and because it's growing all day and all night, they know exactly how to grow it now. They put the right types of LEDs on it, so highly automated lettuce growing, but it's cutting out all that gas that is being expended to truck it across the U.S. And you have fresher lettuce grown in Baltimore. Those are popping up everywhere now. So that's one example where let's get rid of the packaging altogether. Let's get rid of the transportation. So Brandon has maybe a good statement on how his work is impacting lives.
Yeah, I mean, we deal with, and you saw the companies that we deal with, but we deal with hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of products every year. And the automotive and normal logistics handling with like Amazon, that's cool. And so is designing and building and everything. But one of the industries that we worked with a lot is healthcare. One of the lines I was privileged to do was an IV bag transportation line. And that is really cool to me, to be able to deliver or help deliver someone an IV bag. Or another one was a surgery pack kit, so the gown and the utensils and everything that a surgeon has to use. That's really cool to me, that not only am I able to go out and one day work on a food line or an Amazon line or whatever, but to be able to help somebody have surgery or to recover or that kind of thing. So that's really cool.
I think another good example of that, Ken, you can speak to it, is the books on demand with Amazon, right? They're not just pulling them off of the shelf.
That's exactly right. So back in the day, if you were going to order any book, the book company would do a run of 1,000 or 5,000 books and put them on the shelf and store them until someone ordered them. That concept's gone. What Amazon does now, Amazon, you guys could possibly remember that. He started out as a book selling website. It's just morphed into is gargantuan in business now, but Jeff Bezos' true love is books. And so instead of having a warehouse full of books ready to go, it's all in the cloud. So when you order a book from them, click the button and just in a Canon printer, it just prints out sheets of paper, about this, whatever thick it is, and it comes in a tote on a conveyor to a place where they trim it, they glue the bind on it, and then they cut it down to the size it's supposed to, they wrap it, and then it goes into a bag and out the door in under 6 hours from the time you press the button. What's really cool about that is that it's not taking up all this extra space. They're not throwing books away that didn't actually end up selling. They're using exactly the amount of paper that they need to get you your books. And on top of that, what's even cooler than that is that you can self-publish. So when I grew up, anyone who was an author had to actually come up with a really cool book, or just be a professor, to then get it printed and then actually go out to sell it. But not anymore. You, every one of us, right here in this room, can write a book, of whatever content it is, the life and excitement of Kentonel. I can upload that to the cloud, I can print it, and sell lots of copies of that. I'm sure everyone will want to read that. So, but yeah, so it's changing the publishing industry altogether, not just packaging, but publishing and the ability to, especially in the pandemic world that we're experiencing right now, being able to get IV bags or AstraZeneca. We were fortunate enough to be part of that, being part of the conveyance system that delivered AstraZeneca vaccine. So yeah, usually there's a lot of meaning for some of the stuff that we do. It's quick though. These projects, you guys have been with us for a year and a half, just over a year and a half, nearly 2 years, and multiple projects that they've been on, and lots of neat experiences they have. So it's exciting. It's what you're learning in classes, but then taking it to the next level. This is the 2D. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you work with airports or with any automotive business, something like that?
Automotive, yes. Airports.
Like the conveyor belts for the TSA things.
I've always wanted us to sell that. It's our conveyor would be so much better than that, the conveyor that they use. It is, those conveyors are so bad. I'm surprised they've survived it all. But, so no to the airports. In the automotive, we do a lot. So something that also has changed, going along the sustainability line of things, is miles per gallon. So back in the dark ages, a car would get 10 miles a gallon, and you'd be, okay, that's fine. This gas was cheap and no one cared about it. So there were a lot of good mandates that said, hey, we need to do better than this. We need to get more out of a gallon of gas than just 10 miles. And so a lot of the engine parts and transmission parts switched from steel and cast iron and whatever they were having there, these big clunky heavy cars, to plastics and aluminum. And so those aluminum parts don't like to smack into each other on the assembly line, and so they had to be handled very gently. So our conveyor handles everything very, very gently, which is a huge advantage in the manufacturing world. So our conveyor is direct applications to helping our better use of gasoline, so these parts don't break and break down parts longevity. And now with electric cars, the transportation of EV batteries is a very, very big thing right now. Most of the manufacturers are going to be offering an EV type car and eventually an automated vehicle here within this decade. So your careers will see lots of fantastic changes in the transportation industry. So, yes, sir.
What's been your favorite project?
Favorite project? Golly.
The Oreo cookies was pretty cool. Seriously. You could eat Oreo cookies until you were going, oh, it was awful.
Gosh, I don't know. I honestly, I don't have a good answer for that because each one's different. Each one's incredibly different. And I say this in a lot of presentations. If you like to show how it's made, if they're still playing that now, working in ProMach is like living in that show. I mean, the variety is just insane. I mean, it's nice. It's really cool because in the same space right now, we've got lottery tickets, paint cans, candles, wet wipes, they're the judge like that. All in like a space slightly a bit bigger than this room. And it's just like, man, it's really neat. I can't say I have a favorite one, honestly, I really don't. I'm not gonna sleep tonight if I think about that question.
Ken, question?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry, you can go first.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, as an intern, like, I know that you showed like the different types of engineering disciplines, but what would a normal day look like as an intern? Would it be like different projects that you'd be working on, or an existing project that the company's already adopted? Like, what would a normal day look like?
Anyone else want to answer that?
So I just looked at that because we really just put the intern position up, like, it was not too long ago. So we got stuff for like, assembly fabrication, creating material control, project management. So if you want to be a project manager or work with project management, there's a position for that. Different types of engineering, marketing, inside sales. So there's different opportunities there. But also just, as an intern, like we've had interns just sort of like go sort of, where they want to. Like we have an engineer, or we have an intern right now. He went to school for, intern is mechanical, right? Mm-hmm. So like, he's going to school for mechanical engineering, and then he's like, you know what? I work with these electrical engineers a lot. I sort of want to know what they're doing. So then this summer, he was an electrical intern. So now he was a mechanical guy, but now he's learning the electrical too. And then, he's doing a good job. Hell, he could probably be a good, control engineer at Sherwood if he wanted to be. So, if you're doing something, maybe you go in for mechanical engineering or electrical, and maybe like, I want to be a project management looks cool. Can you pair me with a project manager? And sure. Because it's very good to have a project manager who knows mechanical or an electrical guy who knows how project management works. Because then you're able to feel for how the other roles are, and it makes it easier for you to work with those guys. Because if you're an engineer, project manager, assembler, it doesn't matter what you do. You're working closely with everyone at the company to make sure a project gets done. So
I think your specific question is, what's your typical day?
Yeah, kind of like, do you have like multiple projects that you're working on concurrently, or is it more like you're working on one, you get finished and go to the next?
So I'll just take a minute if I okay. Talk briefly about our project management program. Robin's been leading our intern program, and putting some really good material around that. It's roughly a 10-week program, depending on how much time you are available. But the idea is that you have a project that you're coming in with an end goal, and at the end of that time frame, you're making a presentation to myself and the rest of the senior staff to tell us what you did, what was your accomplishments, what barriers you had, and recommendations for us going forward. Because usually it's part of a bigger process improvement. That's just generically speaking. And throughout, Robin has every week there's some seminars or some activities to help you, kind of ground yourself in this new professional environment that you're in, to make it more than just about just the project, but to get together with these, dozen or so interns and give you exposure to more parts of the company, if at all possible. So it's a really nice program, honestly. It really helps you grow in that position. And we also provide housing for folks who need housing. There's a small university across the street called Huntington University, and they allow us to leverage their facilities. This is the QR code. It's also on some of these pieces of paper as well too for careers at ProMach. And again, while we're here at booth G20 tomorrow, if anyone wants to stay after or meet with us outside, we can help you get.
Actually, you can stay in this room because there's no seminar after this hour, so
okay.
you can just hang out here.
So we can help you get logged in and help you get you a time. I think there's a lot of confusion over how to get. This gentleman said it about getting slots. We have plenty of slots open for tomorrow. So, but you have to have. I think you have to be signed up to be able to get into the main hall or and to meet with folks. So so we'll stay and help you guys with that if that's helpful. So yeah.
So I just want to throw out there real quick, I know you probably have to go, but the kid that Jacob was talking about, Andrew Lund, he actually started with us as part of the robotics team in high school. So we sponsor the local robotics team. And he came to work for us after one of their projects or whatever with robotics. So he's been working with us for 5 years now, every summer. He comes back at Christmas break. So that's one of the nice things about the internship program at Shuttleworth is, as a freshman, we may have you start on the manufacturing floor so you can see how the equipment's built. If you're an engineering student and want to come back the following summer, we'll put you in maybe applications engineering so you can see how that works. So we can move you around within Shuttleworth to different positions if you want to keep coming back with us. If you want to go to a different part of the country, to one of the other ProMach organizations, I can send you to Minnesota, to Brenton, who does case packing. Tex Wrap in St. Louis does shrink wrap, right? So you can vary your internship every summer with Shuttleworth, or we can vary it bigger within the ProMach organization. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is there an opportunity for interns to actually travel and like actually help with installation and integration
Heck yeah.
of the product?
Absolutely. Yeah, we have our installation and commissioning team has electronic engineers on it as well. So yeah, we can take those to the field. Actually, Jacob's going down on an install, as you mentioned, here on Wednesday for the rest of the week. But usually try to fill that with our field service crew. They're in high demand, so we've got them mostly at Amazon right now because we're getting ready for their big end of year rush. So yeah, travel is travel all over the world with us, literally.
So no matter what internship you'll do, you'll be as hands-on as you want to be. You won't just be sitting at a desk writing Word documents and Excel documents like we've probably we've all probably experienced that at some internship or another. Not to say you won't ever touch a Word document, but it's not going to be all you're doing. We'll put you to use to the best of what you're capable of doing.
Yeah. It's also in the age of COVID right now. How have you guys kind of adapted to the whole? Have you guys gotten more virtual or now more back in person? Things have slowly gotten better. What's the situation there?
As an essential company, we're deemed essential. We didn't miss a beat. We just kept working. To the extent we could do some virtual, we attempted some of that, but generally speaking, we're a hands-on company. We're there making the equipment ready to go, and we just blazed on through. Record year for us last year, and this year's been just about as strong. So huge demand for automation right now. There's some things you just can't do virtually. Other questions? Yeah.
Do you hire international students as well?
We sure do.
Internships?
Yep. We had a young lady from Colombia this past summer. Was with us she's an industrial engineer, and so she was helping us with our renovation and expansion project. So she's at Purdue right now. So she's a senior this year. Yeah.
Just curious, what kind of CAD software do you guys use?
We use Autodesk. We use 2D CAD as well as Inventor 3D. I'll tell you, I will congratulate you guys. You guys have been pretty interactive. Our presentation this morning at 8 o'clock, I think it's Monday, so they were a little bit.
Yeah, we were doomed from the start on that one.
They were up and down. You guys have been very, very interactive, so that's good.
Should have brought down that. Hindsight's 2020.
It might make it go a bit quicker, yeah.
So like when you guys approach a new job, is it mainly just like a custom job and it's like from the ground up, or can you implement like previous systems into?
Yes, all the above. I'd say 2/3 of our jobs are custom. Like, and when I say custom, we will generally take, code snippets or mechanical design snippets from previous projects and try to apply them. Because generally speaking, it's we try to use the standard building blocks as principles to meet an objective. And if we find ourselves outside of that zone, like 100%, too far custom, we actually will pull back. Like, hey, you can't convey somebody to the moon. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
So we try to use standard blocks to the extent that we can to make the job easier.
How many systems do we ship a year, Kim?
I think we're pushing 600 systems a year.
Yeah, so I asked that question because I know Ken mentioned all packs earlier that make the retort machine. They have a lead time of 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, more over 12, yeah.
So they have 12 months to build a machine. Our average is 12 weeks.
Yeah.
So that's why you get the variety that the guys talk about, because, I mean, how many projects are you guys working on at a time?
It sort of depends on how big a system it is. I think I'm juggling, I don't know, 3 or so right now.
Yeah, so you're constantly working on a lot of projects at a time, anywhere from a $10,000 system up to a,
$6 million system.
Yeah. so,
Yeah, when these guys hired on in January 2020, that was their first assignment was a $6 million co-eds job. So that was, they did great. They did spectacular. Yeah.
How much time does a project regularly have to last?
Oh, how long does it last?
Yeah, normally like a normal project, how many time would last?
I've seen equipment out in the field from the 90s, so 30 years. That's not to say that's, how long it normally stays in place. A lot of times, a customer will have a change in their business that says, okay, they rip out the equipment before it's ready to, call it quits. But yeah, regularly I see equipment out there that's 20, 30 years old. The oldest I think I've heard, Jim Fields told us that he saw something from the 80s out in one of his facilities a couple of years back. So yeah, it's this equipment, although we only get our hands on it for 10 to 12 weeks, it goes out in the field and it lasts a really long time. So,
also, for example, when you got a project like the process itself, manufacturing the conveyor and also the installment, and that, how many time does it last to get it all together, so the customer gets the product?
I feel like.
like,
Oh, I
how
see
do you
what you're
get the order to win that?
Oh,
When you
the
install
entire
it?
process, usually, okay, sorry. Usually from the time the customer first contacts us to the time they decide to do it, it's going to be between 4 to 6 months. So they'll take 6 months to think about it, but we'll pound it out in 3 usually. So, but yeah, usually it's the toughest part is them to understand or decide what they want, and then once they decide what they want, we take care of it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I have a friend, he also works in packaging for a company. And then he said something like in pandemic, they got very busy.
Oh, yeah.
And how was it like for you guys?
It was insanely busy.
So what do you guys do like to just kind of like the busyness?
I'd say it was, last year was twice as busy as it normally is. I mean, there was just that much demand. This year is even, the first half of the year was just, it's incredible. I mean, companies, most of their lead times, like I said, we were talking about 12 weeks of a lead time. Usually, our competitors, I'm hearing 2 or 3 or 4 times that amount of time. So we've actually grown quite a bit because we've held that short lead time ability. But in some of the cases with wrappers, shrink wrappers that kind of put, plastic around a box or what have you. Those are usually 16 weeks, so 4 months. Most of them are 52 weeks. So steel is hard to get right now. Wood was difficult this year to get. Wood, lumber. You take all this stuff for granted. PVC pipe is really difficult to get right now. It's strange how the COVID and the pandemic has impacted the supply chain. All the just-in-time lean manufacturing, a lot of those assumptions and principles that used to work, they're working anymore. They're not working now. They might work in the future, but they don't work now. So you got to get that inventory in to be able to do it. We were very, very clever and fortunate to anticipate some of that, so we keep that 12 to 14-week time frame. So it's been extremely busy, and we've been very fortunate. We're vertically integrated. We make a lot of that steel. We bend a lot of that steel ourselves. We don't have to wait on other people to get there. So that's kept our time frames low, but it's made us very, very busy. So.
We implemented some COVID strategy too. So during the height of COVID, we sent out a Qualtrics survey to every employee every morning. They had to answer questions about their health, whether they were or had any symptoms or anything. We had an automatic temperature machine put in our lobby, and everybody had to enter through the same door, had to have their temperature taken, and everybody had to wear masks. And that went on for several months. And that helped keep us working.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of us could work remote from home, but a lot of us couldn't. And those manufacturing guys never missed a day. They were there every day building those conveyors. So yeah, we were lucky to be as busy as we were during the COVID, and we kept up. So it's great.
One of the advantages of being in Indiana, it's not quite as populated as some of the coastal cities are, and so as a result, we use that to our advantage. We were able to be very productive and make some great systems as a result.
So what about now? Are you guys still, did you guys try to build more conveyor belts, to expand the factory? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, yes, we just announced an expansion. We're expanding our main building, 50,000 square feet. So we kicked that off, and it'll take about a year because we're waiting on materials for buildings. But yeah, we're actually expanding in this time. And yes, we're getting a lot more projects now more than ever. And so we're going to continue to build upon that market share, and build great relationships with our customers, new and existing, so that we can have cool stories like the one I was telling you about that Make on Demand. And that started as a very small project with Amazon, and now we're their trusted partners. Their Amazon robotics teams coming to us for new ventures, I'll say that.
So just a reminder to all the students, please fill out this QR code. And then you guys are welcome to stay here until 1, but also we have room right across from the food room where you can go as well if you want to get up and move around.
Until 1 or until?
Until 1 in here. 2. I can't read a clock apparently. And then you're also welcome to go to the networking room, and I think that has some tables, so if you want to have more one-on-one conversations, you absolutely can.
Good deal.
I know some people have to go to classes, so I'll head out if anyone else needs someone to follow, and I'll come back around 1 and clean up and stuff. 2.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Just an hour behind.
So yeah, there's 5 of us, so if anybody wants help to get logged into the Career Fair Plus, or just have questions, come on up.
We're going to pull everything around.
I got the papers out there and I can put that out some more too, so.
Absolutely, 100%. Give it to your,
Which ones are? D?
Just pull it. We're done.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be anyway. All right, pulling it.
Yeah, they do.
Pulled it.
So one of the big projects that
The interview
Yay, done.
tomorrow.
Hey.
Is there like a second interview or is that like literally all you?
So I'm probably,
What do you do? Like a second round?
So we're both controls engineers, so we will, we design the electrical portion of it. So like, the conveyor stuff, the mechanical portion, and then we will like choose the components that choose the speed for the motor drive and all that. When products are moving along the conveyor, we need to know where they're at any given time, so we're the ones who choose and implement the sensors and where they're located. And if we need to stop a product in for a second, like maybe got a scan barcode or something, so we'll choose all those components and program to make sure everything's doing what it needs to, what it needs to.
Have you ever done those?
How's it going? Chris,
Yeah,
I was actually looking We'll take that.
So that's.
And actually kind of ask you about the process as far as, so you said your controls, right?
And
So,
anything to do with electrical CAD.
From beginning to the end, what is your project like? Like, is it you start with the customer and you get customer input?
Yeah,
Overall, I get involved once we have a job.
Okay.
Which at that point, the system has a conceptual design. It's not really fleshed out yet. Like, mechanical engineers have their work parts, detail everything, all that kind of stuff. But that's when I started making my bill of material, grabbing everything that I need for the system, making them, and then I move on to schematics. We'll draw three-phase, DC, all of those schematics laid out for the assemblers. And then when my parts come in and when I have the things ready, they get shipped out to the floor for the assemblers to put together.
So it's like, this is just
While they're
one
putting
step.
together,
I was like, well, I
I
don't know a lot of it.
pre-program
We
the
take
system,
automation
set
classes.
it all up, get all ready, as best I can. But I'll probably be juggling like 1 to 2 to 3 projects on that flow.
Like, a lot of stuff I do on a daily basis.
And then once they're done building it, or close to done, maybe not all done, I can run in parts, then I'll go out to the floor and start proving
Having
it
those
out.
basic debug skills, I'm gonna use a
Debug
multi-layer
usually
stuff.
takes somewhere between 2 weeks to 1 month, depending on the scope of the system.
Put your codes on the blocks and see
go
how to
through
get
the
your
month.
signals and stuff. I mean, there's definitely inherent.
But some of mine have been 2 weeks or less.
So is the debug,
Knowing enough.
Debug is programming it and learning it.
so is that like before it gets to the customer? Okay, so I figured like whenever you're actually at the customer, like that's where you start running into issues as far as
You sort of
things working,
here's what I'm doing.
not visualizing it all.
You take
We built the whole thing in MST. So instead of,
you guys
some of
taking
the companies I've heard, they'll, manufacture the parts and ship it out to customers. We will actually build it all completely as well. We make sure that everything works right, so that if there are any problems, then we can take that part back to fabrication and have them remake it. Or, we can change this code while we're still here on the customer site, not bugging them with it, so that we can make it right before the customer installs it. But we'll go through debug, and then the customer comes in for approval testing, and as long as they sign off on it, then we go take it there and install it. And I will usually follow it well, and make sure that it runs integrated with their system.
Okay, so do you, that's my question. Do you have like a sample, I guess like a warehouse or something where you stayed over there for, because you said you built.
They're all so yeah, we'll, in one of the buildings, we'll, take up a floor space, and all the devices, everything, and I will program it all under normal operating conditions, best operating conditions, and worst operating conditions, so jams and all that stuff. You have to think through as many scenarios as you possibly can that are theoretically possible to make sure that you don't run into that site.
I'm not sure.
There are some that you're obviously not going to hit, right? My ID background on top of that, we sent them
I didn't really have kind of experience with the direct, like do data. I did large scanners a little bit, very basic.
the badge that we had were fine. One badge that they gave us off the line. That's some of the ones that they're not that really. That's a big part of his job. How do you teach someone? Yeah, we designed the shoes, but you got to make a proper bill of materials based on what you see too. I can't really.
Yeah, I'm in the last.
Here's how you probably design a brand or whatever.
Is it just PLC logic?
Much of my software is eStudio.
I've actually never
Somebody and teach them that was something that you could design something right now. Maybe he can show you, what test resources get started on how to learn that, or maybe they got a little bit of extra stuff that I can teach you.
Generic, like
If you were, you tell me.
I mean, we're in a small.
I was gonna say,
It's pretty interfaces that an operator would have to conveyor hit the go button, or stop it, stop it. Well, you know, I designed that and then nice and intuitive.
you can work on some
So I don't have interns do that because we make it as intuitive to
So Grant Richards.
anybody, and so having an intern for that is really good because it's.
I guess, I mean, how do you reach out and just say,
say, hey, I'm an EE, I'd like to get some PLC. What can I do? Because they have an open lab in Norway with PLCs there that you can they got licenses, and they got TAs there that can help you out and set up projects for you, help show you how to set up projects, you can YouTube it.
I'm working with, I've got logic and I'm taking additional systems, but I've just never, like, I understand it's I've just never.
That's the basic of it, it's just the.
It's all in house,
ins and outs,
it's just
right?
yeah. Question is that
Leather watching isn't really difficult.
How? 1-0.
and you know if I
One zero strings, searching
now I need to be
like that,
I'll just call it
and then AOIs and commands, so.
right there to hold this. There's a relationship between all the engineering and that's why, you know,
It's kind of like you've been missing evolution with AOIs. Right, to make me.
You know, I can chemical side of things, and maybe next time I might want to try to, you know, you know, last summer, and I, you know, I kind of want to know.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it, but I've just never worked with it, so, yeah, because at my last internship, we had a couple of projects where, like, the electrical engineer, because it was always new to them. Like, sometimes the customer would ask for some PLCs with basic programming, so like, I would watch them do it, or like, see what they already programmed, but I never had the opportunity to actually program anything.
Was that in Chris?
Yeah, it's really solid.
Do you like it?
I did. So they make, basically like mobile and remote power enclosures. So it depends on the application, but they make anything from like 500
I got hired out in January 2020, so like 2
megawatt
shut down.
And they basically just take a cargo container, shove a gem set in there, and then depending on what the customer wants, like I know that there's specialty upgrades with electrical switch gears. So they would make custom electrical switch gears and
you know, 4 to 6 months.
a lot of different electrical enclosures for like motors, for like fuel transfer pumps, ventilation, louver control. It was mostly power and but the process I feel like was kind of similar. I didn't work with the customer because I was just an intern, but I would work underneath the electrical engineers, and basically it'd be the sales would deal with the customer, they would get all the customer input, put together a quote, the quote will go to a project manager picks up the
schematics.
electrical, mechanical lead, and then the electrical mechanical lead actually recruit, like interns, which doesn't want to list there, but interns and designers, like electrical and mechanical designers to actually be able to model.
Very similar. We just do, so you said electrical design and then electrical engineer, right? We do it all. Like, we'll get a spec from an industrial engineer, they call them specification packages, but it's just generically, we're expecting what kind of processor we're expecting, but it's not the final. We still have the final say. So we still have to put those together and make sure that's right.
First
all that
month
stuff.
is,
So we'll design it.
that's always the weird one. That's what it feels like a normal.
Yeah, I was interested in what,
You,
I believe it was you or him talking about, I guess, basically you get to see the project from the beginning, like to the point of installing it. That's what I really liked about Bridge was actually, because they actually fabricate all their own sheet metal there too. So like I actually got to model like a lot of parts and electrical enclosures and then go out to the floor and like actually see it made. That's really get it all put together, but, and then the testing, like I love the testing.
Helos are I'd say a good 85% of our parts that we put in full systems. Some of it, anything over,
I have to travel to a customer facility next Tuesday.
anything over a quarter inch, we gotta send out. I mean, we can mill it, but anything over a quarter inch sheet, we gotta send out.
What space I'm working with.
That's all sheet metal.
Have you taken measurements to get the storm drain there, so make sure you
We can mill bar stock and anything large scale, what we call a large plate, we usually send it out because they're getting for a mill. We are looking at getting a new laser that can go.
What's your first assignment?
What did you say? $6 million job.
I think you said that. Our fabrication manager, I was talking to him, he said we're getting one that can do 3/4 stainless. That was like a 1/3 mount steel.
That were, it was like, it was other boxes.
I don't know if we really need to farm out our fabrics. We buy our electrical
And then move on,
enclosures,
some
but
rubber,
we'll
and then here's like a
fabricate a lot of our stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that we could do too and just purchase with.
unique.
That we could make it, but we would make it, or if like we had the time to make it, but sometimes we have the time to design the boxes.
Well, one of the things that we do farm out a fair amount is the panel build itself. We'll still design the panels and the wiring and everything. The actual assembly part of it to save our guys time, because we are pretty busy, is that we'll send out the panel build itself to another company, a contractor, send them all the parts and we'll get manufactured. That and some contractors that we hired to mitigate that really high flux like he was talking about, controls contractors. Other than those two, which pretty much all us, which at that time, we're still working, it's just, we have too much work now.
Yeah.
We gotta get more help, which is why we're reaching out to you guys.
So what kind of, I guess, because you said you make like a 3-phase schematic and like, so what, I guess, electrical circuits are you actually doing? Does it all have like relay logic?
It's not really logic, I mean, it's, so you either run 110 work phase, 208 or 230, 220, 3-phase, or 460, 480, even 480.
Yeah, so we had our applications guy.
Which most of ours are 480, so we'll go from,
I want this, applications guys.
point of the drop,
Sketch of like,
technically
it's gonna look
to placement to each motor, to each power supply, to power supply, to each sensor, to each, all of it. So it's drawn out thoroughly, each individual connection, wire network. We do that through AutoCAD Electrical. A lot of our stuff is,
but then like, I work closely with the guys who did that, so then, so like, we'll do that, and then once that's done, we'll take a look at
other jobs, so
okay, the sensors,
yeah, it's not necessarily copy paste every time, but it is a form that
You use what you can, to save time.
and then to the.
I mean, it's a standard practice, but it's much more
These materials, okay.
Kind of silly not to,
To,
so.
get ordered, and
That's a lot of what we do.
Takes a while.
And then, you know, at the end of the job, when we've gone through a bunch of changes to the schematics and stuff, we'll go back and make those changes for friends and send them off. We'll make the HMI manual, that way the customer knows what to do and everything. That's some of the what's the word you use? Tedious parts of the job. A lot of it is programming and designing.
I got a couple of days.
You gotta have both, right?
Just to figure out, hey, I got like, the rest of the day, I mean, tomorrow, on something.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely cool that you said most of it's programming and designing. So,
Programming design, help with R&D sometimes. One of the really cool ones that came through,
You can work on a project and it takes, a couple of weeks or it takes
December. Mine and his is now the VP of technology, so he runs R&D.
Project managers,
And I went back and to the R&D lab. Did you see you saw the video where it had the plastic tab that came around? Okay, so turn that belt 90 degrees and run it horizontally. That was made into a diverter. Okay, so
that first job,
it was
in Belgium. Yes,
a product coming in that was bad and rotate with it and kick it out and let the next one pass it between it. That was really cool.
Was that what state is
So,
Indiana?
so that's like, I guess the R&D is trying to figure out new components.
you come out and you buy stuff and everything. Stuff we haven't thought of yet, but you will.
Yeah. Do you guys actually make any of the electrical components, like the screw, or do you procure like all the sensors?
We procure all the sensors, all the cables, all that kind of stuff. We'll make all the mounts and stuff for it. Like firewire mounts or DIN rail mounts inside the cabinet if we they got fans on them for cooling. We run 4-inch deep conduit and we run it like right up on top of it, so it kind of melts the plastic. So we'll offset them 4 inches to move the fan out and let it cool better. So that's metal. It's an example of something that we make for it. But no, we buy all the electrical parts, which has been a very big issue.
Like just damaged parts or parts that, like that?
It takes forever to get stuff. It's getting better. The products I'm working on now, which is the wet wipe canisters like you're talking about, my PLC took 2 myself to just got put up, so it's like a lot longer than usual.
Yeah. So you're having, I guess, order things way ahead of time.
Gotta be on the ball, gotta know what you need.
You've been running any issues with that, like ordering the wrong thing or not?
We used to ask, fill this out and then do it again, just so
Again, you try to predict as much as you can for a job, right? But you're only gonna get 95% of the way there.
So it's got,
Unless it's a copy, repeat, exactly. So you gotta run things that have to work, or change, or do whatever.
Stuff, like we might have you guys do that, just technology works a little bit. We got management, internships, so just like year and a half, like manager.
How long would it take for you to actually start picking up your own projects?
Engineers around where you know.
First day.
On different projects.
Yeah, you have to walk through, that's no good. No, that's better drop. No, that was a drop in the right. We walked in, the first day, lots of like, hey, here you go. That was fun.
You started, and so.
I mean, it was a
cool
job.
Fun that did that for us too.
A lot of hours of it.
Yeah, I mean, just getting familiar with how we do things like that.
That job has,
can't really teach
let's
that.
see, we were giving them some,
like
some marketing stuff, January, late February, we were talking about it before, but actually doing it in,
He did
let's say, beginning February.
for us.
And it shipped in
goes around
September. So we had a fair amount of time for that one.
Customers, and start filming it.
While big and new to us, it was
Inside sales, I mean,
a fairly simple job once you got the hang of it.
technically
So
sound.
once you know how to cycle a blade stop,
and then
you know how to cycle all 100 of them that we had.
Works, and maybe you want to wheel and deal and make some.
Like that job had
sales. I mean, that's
400 photo eyes and
You know, a lot of
300
guys, I mean,
hollow cylinder sensors.
how this works, and so.
As once you throw them in the AOI and you know how to manipulate them and make them do what you want, and it's not bad.
Whatever you want to do.
There were some specialty devices for us, rotators from SNC that would lift, turn, and drop the product 90 degrees, and then a box motion device that would extend out behind the product, push it forward, retract, and then retract again.
Controls and then a lot, you know.
Give me that
I took a
time
Latin
down.
class, and while I interned for SMC, and I
Of time, but once you get it,
everything's come together, and I worked, and I started working at Shuttle. I was like.
Have you ever do much travel as far as like going to customers and?
I've had to do some, let's see, last year I went to Tulsa
Yeah, I'm gonna give you
for the biscuits that make the little biscuits. I went to Sacramento, do you know the little balance break things that are doing? I do. The little like cheese cracker, chocolate cups, subdivided.
It's not really bad.
But we make those, and I went up there for, in addition to a line that we had already installed.
Yeah.
That was only a couple days for me, and then I went on vacation, and another engineer took over for me. And then, let's see what else. I just went in July to Outbound in Fort Worth, Texas. I was there for about 2 weeks over the 4th of July. That was the IV bag job. I'll have to go on this wet wipe job up in Wisconsin here later in the year, and I'll probably follow him to his lasagna job as well. Yeah, there's some travel. I wouldn't say it's excessive, at least it's not for us at the moment. Some of that might be due to COVID restrictions, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, some of it is just, we try to balance it out, we try to make it work. And you're gonna have projects in-house that you have to support and you can't really travel for.
Yeah.
So there's a balance. But yeah, you do get to travel. And if travel is your thing and that's really what you want to stick to, we've got the capability for that.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's not my thing, but I definitely, in the future, I would like to travel.
Yeah.
While I can, so.
yeah, I mean, we've got systems in, you're gonna have to help me out with this one. Where do we have systems? Malaysia,
Oh, gosh,
Puerto Rico.
You guys
yeah.
stop the slide?
What?
Canada, Belgium,
I think Brandon has the dongle.
Ireland. What do you need?
What do you need?
Can you go back to the slide that had that whole, like, the one process that Ken showed and had the different colors for, like, the different... If it's too much work, don't worry about it.
Sorry.
Sorry, hang on.
Oh, no problem.
That helps go, so...
When electrical engineer, you can't put a USB stick in, right?
I always failed the first time. The plague of me. Alright, can you get him to that screen? Yep. It's gonna take 20 minutes to load. Yeah. We're all gonna work.
So, yeah, Gary said I was in the Navy.
Seeing you, and now knowing...
Were you enlisted or were you?
I was enlisted. Appreciate that.
My brother was in the Army, two of my uncles were Navy, my grandpa was Navy, one of my uncles was Air Force.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so...
It was just me and my sister.
I gotta stay there. No. There we go.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so that doesn't run too deep in my
So the conveyor is obviously this, so we're going entirely. So the point of this is,
He ended up in the.
you know how we had like those different companies,
Yeah.
some did,
Situations. He ended up.
like the wrapping,
Well, he went
and
down to
another
the
company did this, and another did that,
Ended
well,
up getting.
we do
As Army.
this part of it.
We're gonna get you down here.
Goes along.
I'm
Which means that,
Like, say that one time.
He enlisted in National Guard.
Yeah.
And then he said he was.
Oh, so you know
I mean,
this.
it actually is a part of it.
right,
Just like
if you look for a different company, you would do this.
Then while he's out there.
And ProMach obviously does all of
Came
it.
back and.
Now Shuttleworth, we do this part of it, which means that we're involved.
Kind of weird transition, but.
All of it, right?
Where all do we have systems located?
We have to, when we're designing something. For the application, we have to take into consideration all of this, whereas this company only has to take into consideration this, right? But we have to take into consideration potentially any and all of that.
So, I guess it's like if you were stationed out.
There's variety, that's what they were saying. Because one job you might be working here, another job you might be working on the conveyor between this and this. Another job you might be working on one big conveyor, so like, there's a lot of variety.
Yeah, when the kids.
You're gonna do all the things.
Or they want me to experience it. We're kind of a floating.
No, I'm trying to kind of figure out your corner.
No, I mean, that sounds like from the description of
How to
your
judge
internship,
prices,
that's actually
how
really like
to
that.
make sure it's
That's kind
designed
of,
with constraints.
I just went to whatever
Like the
project I wanted to go
environment, right,
to.
so I can't draw a normal conveyor and quote and say, here's the finished thing. If it's supposed to be in a clean environment, because that's a different product, it's gonna be a different product.
We don't have.
So I have to match
We don't have.
the product with the environment and the situation, and then figure out all the little details.
I'm losing my
I feel like I know what you're doing.
And now, the mechanical
That's not how we work.
engineer fine tune it. My job is to do general, so that we get the price information, the sales, so they can sell it. And then, it gives them starting place, and.
So usually when you guys come in or.
There we go. This is the general sense of what we're doing, so that they
shop,
can keep
you know, like, learn how to do it. We did not. I wish. On John, that process, I'm gonna do it. Now, I will walk up to you. I go
good at the pricing and knowing the different
It
products.
actually does based on that design. It's really starting now, but
But
I
the nice thing is you get
actually identify
our feet in the
mechanical
water.
issues.
It's
And
process.
that's because I know the
It's like
electrical issues
parking
that
pricing,
we
you're not really an
Yeah,
expert
so
at one specific thing.
when you got a rotator and a sensor cable, it's gonna get cut off because how they designed it.
That's variety. So my
You
job
pick
is.
up a lot even if you don't learn it, handle it, even though you probably won't. So
So you guys work with SolidWorks Electrical?
I'll get my
Okay.
everything's based on.
Whenever at my other internship, we just used SolidWorks for like the modeling for all the sheet metal.
Oh, yeah.
And then they used AutoCAD, but just the 2D for like the wiring diagram and the schematics for like kind of like just boxes. And, yeah, we never really worked much with 3D electrical.
I would say this one, probably sitting at 50/50, 2D versus Inventor 3D.
So
It's either that it requires a lot of detail or that it's a
I would
small
recommend-
project that the customer would like to, or that we would like to, or something like that. We're growing more towards Inventor 3D for most of our systems, but a lot of the larger ones, we are. Unless it's a detailed area. Project I'm working on has 5 vision stations that have a Morrison screw and a lot of interference points.
And then I would
So
make
that, they leveled up, but the rest of the line did.
Okay.
So,
I always did that when I interviewed, and I.
Where are you from?
I'm actually from Kentucky.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
UK graduate right over there. We're headed there next week. We're going to the University of Kentucky. So is that where home is? When you're not here?
I mean, it's where I'm from, but I visit there like once a year, every 2 years.
Okay.
But yeah, that's where my parents are, and it's like my sister, but I've got family all over.
Where do you want to
I'm
settle?
sure that you can explain.
Haven't decided.
No, that's why you asked about the travel, didn't you?
Yeah,
I tell you, we love young guys
But
that
also.
aren't tied down and
yeah.
want to travel. And you talk about
It fits into
making
something that
some
you
money.
want to do, right?
because you
So-
work so many hours when you're on an install or
Basically-
on a service job, right, because you want to get the job done.
Just think about
It
how.
is a great way to make a lot of money. I had a guy that used to work for us, his name was Lance Swango. He came from Intelligrated. He was a career service guy. He wasn't married, he didn't have a family, but man, did he have a lot of toys, right? So he loved it because, I mean, he had huge paychecks.
Yeah, service guys clean up. Because they get a, you get a pay bump when you're on the road. The second year of our facility, you get a pay bump just for, the inconvenience of being on the road. But a lot of our guys, I mean, like, we had a guy named Rick Shoemaker, and he was probably out on the road like 70% of the time. And he was a platinum diamond member at every hotel and rental car place. He said he had built up so many like special credit card rewards points that he bought a motorcycle. He was going to buy a motorcycle with it. Like he's had that much. It's like
You get to keep all your flight, your Delta points, or Hilton points, or whatever,
charges the company card, but then the rewards you can just put that all in your personal account. That's always nice.
Yeah, he was actually a controls tech.
He was a little bit of everything. So
He was. But that's what he preferred to do. He didn't really like the mechanical side of things that well. He wanted to be able to do all the control stuff on the road. So, man, we utilized him a lot. Unfortunately, we lost him, but he went to Fort Wayne Metals. But you work a lot of hours when you're in service, and that only works for you for so long, right?
Yeah.
I think he lost somebody, he lost his grandpa, he was too, and that just made him rethink where he was in his life, and he was ready to help, ready to settle down, and so yeah, it's a good gig when you're ready for it, and being in the Navy, right? You're used to being away. Yeah.
I mean, I just got this opportunity to travel.
Do ya?
Yeah, I did.
That's awesome.
I did.
I tell you, there's not a ProMach facility that's not looking for a good service tech.
Are you in already? No. Can you hand those out to the
anywhere you're
mates?
looking to go, or?
I mean, not specifically.
A lot of people don't know that the,
Somewhere. Anywhere.
a lot of people don't know that the,
What grade are you in?
I'm a junior. Second semester, so I graduate next December.
Right on.
Yeah, I'm kind of like off of the normal schedule.
Yeah.
Ain't transferring.
Sure. I hope you keep us in mind, because, like, we don't care where you want to land. We probably have a facility here. I just talked to one of the kids that's here that lives in Waukesha, Wisconsin. We have a facility.
I'll probably just.
If you want to be where it's warm, we just bought a facility in Sarasota,
I'll just get
Florida.
shuffled.
We got facilities in North Carolina. Yeah, California, yeah. I mean,
we're out.
Much opportunity to, I guess.
Still need it.
Thank
you for having us.
Engineer and design.
You know,
while you're on the side.
yeah. Some of our engineers drive, travel.
I drive all by myself.
You don't travel, the mechanical guys don't travel as much as the controls guys do. Just because they're not debugging, they're making sure the software and everything's right.
Yes. Nice to meet you. Actually, I have a meeting with you tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic.
Who we taking care of?
This is travel, he was in the Navy, and he's missing travel, so
God bless.
I said, yeah, that's what I said, basically. But yeah, so, with an engineering degree, it makes you that much more valuable on the road, because you get it, you get how it works, right? So, yeah. So, yeah, please keep us, we'll see you tomorrow.
Don't feel like you gotta wear a tie for us tomorrow. Now, you might have other interviews and so forth, but, just make it there.
All right, well, it was nice to meet you guys.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet you.
See you tomorrow, do too.
This other stuff is
What are we doing now, guys? Going back to the hotel?
It's only 2 o'clock. Oh my God.
Unless we can get some more, have you been to Illinois Hall?
Not since these two yahoos were there. Remember, we went there.
Yeah, man, hey.
I feel like
No, we're heading out of here together.
Yeah. So that's all like important for all. Definitely worth mentioning that separate, you know.
Oh, thank you.
know, but dinner's gonna be served around 5:30 p.m. I can end up saying, the total lunch room right down the hallway. And we are live streaming.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's dressed up as well.
Jermaine needs to put on the official.
Yes.
Let's see.
He works for us, we didn't just find him.
Yeah. It's not just
Hey, we need a third person.
brought in off the streets.
Pretend to
All
know.
right, cool. And you guys already have your slides with us.
So we've made a couple modifications to the slides. Is it okay to plug in my computer?
If you want to put, let's see where that. Oh, right here. We have the flash drive. If you want to put them on here, and then we'll plug them into the computer.
Sure. I don't know if we're allowed to do that though, right? I don't think, it's not going to recognize an external hard drive.
Oh, okay. Let's put it in your laptop then.
Or can you just email it to,
That's if
is
I
somebody
have,
logged into email?
I can log
if
in
I have
email.
Wi-Fi. I don't know if I'll have,
You can get Wi-Fi.
maybe.
We can plug in your laptop. We just won't be able to live stream the event, basically. But I don't know if that'll matter because I think this might be the room with the broken live stream.
Oh, cool.
Because I'm seeing that there's no weight screen right now. Let's see.
So if somebody wanted to live stream us, they can't?
It was supposed to be on YouTube, but I don't know. Maybe it is working. I just don't see.
I think that it should pull something.
I love how the last thing up was,
Oh, yeah, you know.
yes,
How do I get to
like the login.
the login? I don't think it's anything there.
Try to keep refreshing this, sometimes it'll,
Yeah, that's true. Oh,
it might work.
I think this will do it.
Yeah, I can check if it's working on my phone.
Oh, this one's spinning now. Oh, it's doing something.
It's trying.
Maybe not.
Okay. And then I think we just present from this and it should show up on YouTube, and I'll make sure it does, but.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, and all of you guys in the audience, there are QR codes positioned like off at each desk. If you scan them,
Okay, so
you get your name, your UID, and you can submit your resume for them to see later. And then also, this will have to end exactly at 3:20 because we'll have another company come in to present. But we have a networking lounge, which is right down the hallway and to the left, where you guys can go with them after if you want to chat a little more.
Sure.
So I'll let you guys get started.
Awesome, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties today, but thank you all for joining and for attending today. I appreciate it. We are LyondellBasell. I know it's a little difficult to pronounce, so hopefully this helps. I'll say it again, LyondellBasell. My name is Sam Stevens. I am a Purdue alum from 2017. I studied chemical engineering. I am now an energy sourcing specialist at our downtown location, our LyondellBasell Tower. But I did a 3-term co-op with the company. I've been working full-time for about 4 years now in a variety of different utility-type fashions. And I'll pass it off to Jermaine here.
Yes, my name is Jermaine Jackson. I am also a Purdue alumni, graduated in 2000. I'm electrical engineering. Been with Lyondell for about 3 years now, and I enjoy every bit of it.
I love that.
And I'm Chris Hurt. I'm a chemical engineer. I work at the Channelview, Texas facility just outside of Houston. And I've been with the company for about 4 years after I did about a year of a co-op term, or multiple co-op terms back in 2015 and 16.
I think it's Jermaine.
Okay, so we'll just start with the slides here. So this is our outstanding performance slide here. So these are some of our product lines that we're leading in. We also talk about our diverse product lines that we have. We use every day, such as food packaging, electronics, children's toys, fuels. Global, every day our employees work around the clock safely. That's our #1 goal. And it's very, very challenging what we do. So we strive every day to go home the same way we come in. And then, of course, we're growing. That's what we want to do. So we've increased our ethylene capacity 40% since 2012. We start up on first quarter 20, our Hyperzone HDPE plant. We've got the world's largest PO/TBA plant. We're expanding in China with integrated cracker JV and POSM JV, which is just joint ventures. And then expanded footprint in Louisiana in fourth quarter 20 with integrated PE joint venture. Next slide. So as I said before, our goal is 0 incidents. Again, we want to send everybody home the same way they came in. So our TRIR is our total recordable incident rating. As you can see, from 2016 to 2020, we've kind of been steady at 0.2 or less with our incidents. So that's basically how many people get hurt on a 200,000 hour rating. So we're doing really well in our incident safety program. Of course, everybody knows about the challenges with COVID. So, I mean, we're doing basically the same thing that every other company as well as Purdue is doing with facial covering, social distancing, and health screening.
Yeah, so what's really interesting on the TRIR is it does show, compared to the ACC, so the American Chemical Council, top quartile. So that shows like kind of the best in industry is hovering around the 0.4 to maybe 0.3 range, and we're even half of that. So we're really proud of our safety record, even compared to not just our competitors, but really the best of the best. We're doing quite a bit better than that. So it is something that we're really proud of, and I know from the work we do every day, it's shown in the time that we spent on process safety, occupational safety, and all of that. So it's definitely an emphasis of ours.
Thanks for that. And then again, that's just feeding off of what you just said, you guys. This is just our recordable rate again from 2015 to 2020. And then our process safety level 3 events, which is, you guys may want to talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. Yeah. So, when you have total recordable incident rate, that's occupational safety. That's people, right? People getting hurt and not going home the way they came to work. Now, process safety is the equipment. Something's going wrong. It's not staying within the pipe, right? It's some sort of loss of primary containment from any variety of things happening. And when you have that loss of containment, that's when you have those hazards potentially for exposure for people, right? So these things can go hand in hand. So process safety is just as important because that also helps us keep our people safe. So there is no comparison. It's not, I don't believe, as widely shared for process safety information. So we don't have anything as far as American Chemistry Council goes. But overall, these level 3+ safety events typically are very, to a certain quantity of, or a certain hazard of chemical that is released. So with the footprint that we have, how big of a company we are, the fact that this is 10 or less is once again a statement to the fact that safety is at the front of our mindset. So.
So Advancing Good is kind of an initiative that we have, and it's really focused on helping the communities around us. So a lot of times these plants are, especially in the Houston area, they have neighborhoods and schools and stuff right around them. So we really make sure that we're really close with the community. Every year we do what's called Global Care Day, and it's actually coming up, I think next weekend actually, within the company. And with that, everybody in the whole company, so we're going to get to that in the next slide or two, but we have plants all over the world. We have quite a large footprint in Europe, a couple in Asia, but obviously a huge footprint in the US, both Gulf Coast and kind of the Midwest area. So we have done a lot to help the surrounding areas, both helping to build things, but also a lot of emphasis on kind of the education, whether it's with the local community colleges or even donating computers and stuff to local elementary and middle schools, like I know we did, I think it was last year. And then of course, I think like a lot of other big corporations, the United Way contributions we're really proud of also, with a complete match from the company for that. We got the next one. So like I was saying, we do have a worldwide footprint. Of course, if you were working as a co-op for us, you would kind of be just domestic. It would just be in the United States. But I do know quite a few people within the company that have either done full-time or at least helped out, not as a co-op, but as a full-time hire, have worked over either in Europe or over in China, a couple over in South Korea as well when we were building that joint venture over there. So it is worldwide. We are both headquartered, as you may see, we have a little star both in Houston and Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and I guess technically London also. I'm not quite sure what they do there. But Rotterdam is kind of our second headquarters, so we do have a really big footprint across the world. And that is shown by the capacity position. So worldwide, we are the number one in a couple different technologies, polypropylene and just polyolefin technology as a whole. So globally, it's a huge emphasis for us. We also lead Europe in the production of polyethylene. Polyethylene is kind of the plastic that you see, I would say most common. So a lot of food packaging, all milk jugs, those are high density polyethylene. Polyethylene is the most common, and we are the European leader in that. In North America, I don't know exactly what number we are, but we're definitely one of the leaders in that. We also have, like I was saying, a lot of technologies, even a lot of plants that are built in the U.S. and built over in China, built over in Asia, use our technology for polypropylene, polyethylene, and the likes of that. Propylene oxide, so not just plastic, but propylene oxide, an intermediate chemical. That's actually what I work on, and we are both leading, or I guess in second place, worldwide. But we're building a lot of very large plants. There's a plant starting up in Ningbo, China, in December, the day after Christmas, actually, and that'll add a lot of capacity to our portfolio. And we're building a huge POTBA, propylene oxide tert butyl alcohol plant at my Channelview facility, which will just add even more to that. So our footprint is huge, and it continues to grow as we progress. So our chemicals are plastics, they're used everywhere. They're used in almost everything that you touch. You'll probably, before IR, you've probably never seen our logo or our name. You may have, but chances are you've never actually seen our logo. However, you probably have used our materials, you probably used them today in something, whether it was your food packaging or it was in your car. A lot of stuff that goes into vehicles right now to make them lightweight, to make them kind of meet the fuel efficiency standards, they have to use a lot of plastic to kind of reduce that weight and still get the same quality and durability that we're kind of used to. So we use a lot of that. Let's see, the chemicals, of course, you'll use that in different finished products. Fuels from our refinery in Houston. We're not a refining company. We do have a single refinery. And then technology, we have a couple different things with technology. We have a Cincinnati Technical Center, which is focused on plastic, polymer technology. A lot more emphasis on kind of the final producer. So we help work with them to come up with new applications and, I guess, product lines. And then we have another huge technology center in the Houston area. And with that, we develop new processes and stuff so that we can potentially license it. And we've actually used that technology to build that new PO/TBA plant that I was talking about, as well as a new polymer plant in La Porte, Texas, over on the east side of the city. That was all with our own technology.
So what this all means is, as we are growing as a company, demand is also growing too. So there's a lot of global trends that support the growth and development of the products that we create and that you all use on a daily basis. So, we know that population is growing. We're going to rise by more than 1 billion, up to 8.3 billion, by the end of this decade. We're also flocking to cities. You see that growing urbanization, right? So that you have all these infrastructure requirements, be that the ones that we use every single day or the ones that deliver these products to us in the form of pipelines, right? That's where a lot of our plastic gets used. We also see the middle class expanding, and as you see that expansion, it also encourages plastics consumption to double over the next 20 years. So what's kind of significant when you think about it, but that's also important. We hold a very high responsibility for the material that we produce and understanding that we have an ethical position in doing so. So I'll get to that a little bit as well. And then, of course, also, I'm sure you all know about the growing demand for resources and for improving sustainability. So as food, water, or power become more strained and more necessary as we flock to these city centers, and they increase over time, we play a big part in supporting each of those industries with the work that we do. So just to kind of meld a little bit more off of what Chris has said here, he already kind of mentioned that the products that we make go into those lightweight vehicles and making the fuel efficiency a bit more possible. He mentioned the food packaging. If you eat a Frito-Lay product, eat a bag of Cheetos, that film over that plastic film is ours. Or if you've ever drank out of a red Solo cup, those dark cups, that's our plastic right there, right? So you don't even know that you're touching our product, right? But then from there, like I said, the pipelines that are transporting water, transporting some sort of material, likely has some amount of our polymer located there as well. So we support a variety of industries, and our mantra for that is for advancing possible. We advance solutions in a variety of industries. We aren't necessarily the forefront or the final product of what you see or what you know that you're touching. So like I said, I was going to talk a little bit more about this. We are working to make sure that we are addressing some of the world's most pressing challenges and really supporting solutions and initiatives to make meaningful change. So, like I said, we are a very large plastics producer, right? One of the largest globally. So we have multiple different initiatives for eliminating plastic waste and making sure that the pellets that we produce in our facilities make it to their end location. And then from there also, if you're familiar, you usually see plastic in some shape or form not recycled. And that's something that we've really taken great consideration of, is that there's the possibility to make this circular lifestyle for plastics, where we have a joint venture currently in Europe, nothing in America yet, with Suez, where we have mechanical recycling available, taking existing plastic and returning it again, once again, the life cycle there. We also have research going on for the molecular recycling, breaking it down to its molecular components, creating essentially brand new plastic. And that's the intention, is that in the future, and our goal here is 2 million tons of plastic recycled and renewable-based polymers by 2030. But the idea is, in the future, that this life cycle of a polymer will be circular. We're also working to address climate change at all of our locations, including my job working downtown. We have a target of a 15% reduction in CO2 equivalent emissions per ton by 2030. So right now I'm working on some different contracts with renewable energy to hopefully meet a majority of this goal, but we have a lot of different projects going on for energy recovery, energy efficiency, electrification, variety of things at each of our sites, all to address this issue. And then, just like Jermaine said at the very beginning of this, our focus is supporting a thriving society, whether that be in our local communities, for our employees, for the world. What's important to us is operating safely, making sure we have no incidents, no injuries, and no accidents. So, that's our big picture. What does that mean to you, right? What is your place in all of this? So, I'm not sure what you guys all do today. If you are chemical engineering, electrical, mechanical, if you're involved in material science, health and safety engineering, which that can be, any or all of the above, really. I know we have like an OHS type of degree here too, or our environmental engineers, which I think we kind of break out separately. Depending on what your degree is, if you fall into this, we are here to talk to you today or tomorrow at IR. So what we're looking for you, right? What's available? What we like to do is a co-op program. Even if you're here at the summer term, we still call you a co-op, right? Because we like to have multiple terms with you, if that's available, to really make sure you grow and develop and understand the culture that's available to you at LyondellBasell. Typically, we like to focus, especially with new students, on starting with a spring or a fall term, because those longer terms provide so many more opportunities for you to understand what's happening, learn and grow within our culture first, learn your unit likely, which of whatever plant you are located at, and then really have time to develop yourself in projects across a longer term. And typically that can roll into summer terms as well. The likelihood, like I said, is working at one of our manufacturing locations, but it's the hands-on application, hopefully, of the theories that you're learning in your classes. And that's oftentimes taught by the mentor that you've been paired with. But with my first term, I think every engineer that was in my department stopped in my office and taught me something new and then took me out in the plant to go look at it and see what it looks like hands-on. But it's working on real engineering problems. It's things that your mentor is working on right now that needs your help with. Because we are a fairly lean company, so there's always work to do, and there's always a lot going on. There's a lot of opportunities for improvement. So there's a whole need and desire for our co-op program to develop you as a young individual and to support the growth and development of our company. Would you like to go ahead? Okay. Yeah. So, kind of carrying on from that too. If you're also interested in knowing, not only does it does not stop at our co-op program. More often than not, our new engineers are pulled from the co-op program, right? Because you're already familiar with the company culture and how our management of change process works and the things like that. That also carries over into the new hire process and what we consider the Engineering Career Development Program. This is supported by the company, by your manager, by multiple engineers that provide resources for your development and for your training plan. A lot of this is fairly well structured. There's a lot of flexibility. There are some required pieces which I would like to say it imitates what you've learned in school and oftentimes will reinforce your knowledge. It may have been a long time since you've taken a class. It just reiterates that this is how it applies directly in this manufacturing setting.
But there are plenty different, there's a lot of variety in the curricula based off of whatever your discipline is, and many other things that are available to you that you can add onto that program. But there's a lot of on-the-job development. Right at the gate, you have that exposure to key folks, be that the executive team, directors, whoever, who are all there to help you grow and develop yourself as a new engineer. And mentoring. I started out with a couple of different mentors, obviously. As a young individual, I had a mentor who was not associated to me with my job at all, just there to support my development. But I also had, just like a co-op did, a mentor that worked in my area to support me and to make sure I understood the challenges of all the projects and the units and the things like that were going on. And then also with this rotational type of program, it lasts for about 5 years, this development program. Typically, we like to see different plants. They're small, they're big plants. Just like Chris was saying too, we have different technologies. There's a lot of opportunity for rotating. Typically, 2 different rotations. I did 3 within the first 5 years. So, but I've seen a lot of different things too, and this is my final rotation now, and I'm working downtown. So it's not necessarily all plant-based, but there's so many opportunities there for you to see many different types of plants and technologies.
So specifically for chemical engineering, like I said, I am a production or chemical engineer. I've been that for the last 4 years or so. When you start as either a co-op or a full-time hire, you will more than likely be a production engineer. So what we do day in, day out is a couple different things. We are focused primarily on the safe operation of the plant, whether it's optimization of what we already have, small improvements to the plant, keep it running safely, keep it running reliably. As you progress, you will also see opportunities to work on, as a process engineer. A process engineer will focus a little bit more long-term on kind of some long-term projects, on maybe the future of what we're doing with a plant, how we're going to adjust and kind of get with the times when it comes to the technology. A project engineer, you're going to be more focused on a couple of single large projects, but still using all of your chemical engineering background. Process controls is kind of a little different than the rest. You're still really focused on the day-to-day operations, but you're more focused on the controls aspect of it, kind of trying to automate the process a little better. Still also while working with operations, making sure that it's actually usable. Environmental is also an opportunity that plenty of chemical engineers have moved into. I know a couple who have moved into and out of environmental, very different, environmental engineering. The environmental engineering is focused a lot on regulations, kind of looking at what's coming down the pipeline when it comes to regulations, how we're going to adjust, make sure that all the regulations make sense. If there's something that we think that we need to be doing a lot better than the current regulation is, that's something that we do focus on, and we make sure that we're ahead of at all times. That being said, the next we'll be focused on health, safety, and environmental jobs. So like I said, there are a lot of chemical engineers that go into environmental engineering. We also recruit, especially from Purdue, a lot of environmental engineers directly. Environmental engineer, of course, would go into an environmental position, but there are plenty of health and safety opportunities as well. I know there's a program at Purdue, the Occupational Health and Safety Sciences, Health Sciences, and that is something that we obviously take a lot of pride in when it comes to both process safety and especially the occupational safety for that. Every day is different, like I was saying, the regulations, so both the safety and environmental engineers will be focused on those, making sure that we're at least meeting the minimum. Typically, we are going well above that, making sure that we're meeting our corporate standards, which are always at least the minimum of OSHA. These engineers, especially the health and safety, spend a lot of time outside really evaluating the tasks. How are people working? Is it safe for them to be reaching for this valve or doing these different job functions? Being out in the field, making sure that what people are actually doing kind of matches up with what we're trying to do and what's the best practice. And then, of course, we have what's called turnarounds, and that's what you see in the left picture. A turnaround is when we shut the plant down for usually about a month or two, and we do a lot of either capital projects, maintenance projects, a lot of big things to improve the plant. During that time, our workforce will swell from maybe a couple of hundred people to a couple thousand people because of how much work is being done in such a short amount of time. During that time, there's a lot of work going on, so we really rely on those health and safety engineers to keep everybody safe and keep everybody within our best practices. So industrial hygiene, that is very similar to the occupational health. Most chemical, I would think all, at least all the large chemical companies, have an IH program. So industrial hygiene is making sure that nobody's being exposed either short-term to something that could be dangerous or long-term, making sure that we're all within the permissible limits, right? Most people will have a career in the company out in the field for 20, 30, there's some people that I know that have been out there for over 40 years. So sometimes that little bit of, that smelling a little bit of a chemical isn't too bad at first, but over, of course, 40 years, that can be much worse, right? So that's something that industrial hygiene really focuses on, making sure that we all have the correct PPE. So of course, we all know what PPE is now, the personal protective equipment. But when it comes to industrial PPE, there's a lot more to it, right? The hard hats, the earplugs, glasses, potentially safety shields, a lot of different stuff to make sure that people aren't unnecessarily exposed to different forms of energy. And then I guess that was probably about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And then Jermaine.
So yeah, I'm gonna talk both about mechanical and electrical engineering. Do I have any mechanical and electrical engineering in-house?
All right.
Awesome.
All right.
Perfect. So I'm a senior electrical engineer. I'm actually the site-wide high voltage engineer at the Morris plant in Illinois. So mechanical and electrical kind of work hand in hand as far as what we do. Mechanical focuses mostly on stationary and rotating equipment. So stationary would be piping, vessels, furnaces, and then just maintaining and improving the reliability of that equipment. They have a lot of capital projects that they work on, as well as obsolescence projects that they work on. Equipment that we need to replace because through, what we call it, when they do testing and scanning of the equipment, they find that it's starting to thin, so we need to replace a lot of that piping or furnaces or vessels or whatever it may be. For electrical side, you have electrical, which is high voltage. You have instrumentation, which is instrumentation has mostly our control valves, our process pressure transmitters, flow transmitters, and what they basically do is it's used in the process. We open and close valves through automation. We also have analyzers. A lot of that equipment is used to detect gases that may result from a leak or something of that standpoint. So there's a lot of different opportunities within both mechanical and electrical. We work on projects that what we consider capital as $250,000 and above. So we're like lead disciplines on those projects within the site. So if there's a big project going on the site, you would be the lead discipline on that. Not coming straight out of school, but at some point in your career with LyondellBasell, you'll get that opportunity. Same thing for obsolescence projects. We have the same thing for electrical and instrumentation analyzers. So we do little small projects within our area to improve the reliability of that equipment. So there's a lot of good projects going on, a lot of good stuff going on, and the company is really doing a good job of allowing us to do those projects.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay.
So working in petrochemical. So it's over, let's see here, 2,000 chemicals on site and maintained in our database. So that's a lot of chemicals. So sampling strategies, you have to determine exposures it's kind of what Chris was talking about. You know, we have to, with industrial hygiene, you know, that's kind of what those people do. Involvement in multidisciplinary teams, I just kind of talked about that. But process engineering works closely with instrumentation, so they work closely with instrument engineers. I mean, it goes on and on. We got mechanical works hand in hand with process as well, because they determine, you know, what the quality of material needs to be. So there's a lot of, you know, back and forth between that. We do, what is it?
PMs?
No.
PHAs.
Yeah, process hazard analysis. That's a full group of team members, from process to instrumentation to electrical to environmental to safety. And we just, once, I think it's every 5 years, we have to go back in and look at our processes. And if there's any changes that have been made within that time frame, we have to change things up so that we can avoid any safety risk that may have occurred with the new things that we've brought into the systems. Surrounded by other chemical plants, yes, that is absolutely true. There's lots of, you know, especially in industrial communities, there's a lot of chemical plants, especially in the Texas area. That's in close proximity to each other. Very large scale plants. I think maybe our refinery is probably the largest plant we have right now as far as people, contractors. My plant is about 300 or so. And then I think our refinery might be around 1,000 plus or something.
I think so. I think it's a couple thousand, yeah.
Turnaround that he talked about again, that's when we go from, 300 people to thousands of people for a short duration, 30 to 60 days normally. Norm, heat stress, again, that's for industrial hygiene. So that's what you see in working in the petrochemical plant. Confined space entry, that's when you have to go into a vessel, and there's only one way in and one way out. So there's a lot of gas testing that goes on. There's a lot of pre-job
hazard analysis
that they do to make sure that when you go in that space, we don't have anybody come out or get gas while they're in there. So that's what confined space entry requires. And then clearing units, preparing for maintenance, preventing personal exposure. So all that goes hand in hand.
Yeah. So basically a lot of unique opportunities that aren't necessarily the same day to day. So like in my first co-op term, the plant was up and running, it had very high reliability rates, and then all of a sudden there was a leak on an exchanger that very atypical and unexpected. So that's okay. So I spent almost half of my term with this unit that's very reliable that all of a sudden was not running unexpectedly for about 60 days. So that provided me the opportunity to go into equipment that, most of the people that I work with full-time had not seen. So once again, it's that real-life application of the theories that you see in each of your classes when you have the ability to open up equipment and go inside. So, and that also gives us the chance to work on projects and to make modifications that we may need the plant to be offline in order to implement. So there's a lot of variety of opportunities there. And I think too, if you're not entirely certain of what you want to do, not just opportunity at a single plant, the projects that you could be working on, but a lot of different technologies, a lot of different concepts that we handle, from plant to plant, from day to day. So I think it's nice to know that, as a growing company, there's a lot of opportunity in many different directions.
Yeah, and we are a petrochemical company, right? So a lot of times you think like, it's just chemical engineers. But in reality, the electrical and especially mechanical engineers are probably more critical for the operation of a plant, maybe not more, but as critical for the operation of a plant as a chemical engineer. When it comes to a distillation column, the chemical engineer might be the one that comes up with this is what we need to make, right? This is what we need to get the right separation. This is kind of the thermodynamics and everything. But then the mechanical engineer, like Jermaine was saying, they're going to have to come up with how are we going to be able to rate it for that correct pressure? What metallurgy do we need to use to make it compatible? Where do the pipes need to go? What do we need to make the pipes out of? All of that. For the pumps, what do they need to be sized for? How are we going to run them? And then, of course, for all that, for the electrical, the instrumentation engineers, we need to figure out how are we going to be able to observe what's going on in this tower with transmitters, with different indications. So it really takes the whole team to run it, right? And it definitely, you think initially like, oh, you're just gonna work with other chemical engineers because it's a chemical company, and that's far from the truth. I probably work with a mechanical engineer at least 2-3 times a week, talking about something, whether it's a pump, whether it's about something about fixed or stationary equipment. So it is. We don't just say multidisciplinary. I know when I was a co-op, I actually had a different project in each group. I was in the chemical group, but then I got an instrumentation project, and I was working on a pressure or a flow transmitter actually. And then after that, I moved to the electrical group, and I helped something. I don't remember what it was, but I was working on something for the high voltage system. And then with mechanical, all of our projects go hand in hand with mechanical because we have to have the right equipment. So it really is multidisciplinary. So it's awesome to be able to see all the different groups, and it's amazing what I'm a chemical engineer, I don't have any mechanical engineering background, but after just working on daily projects and stuff, I feel like I know quite a bit of the mechanical world, which is really interesting to me to be able to learn a lot of different things.
Mm-hmm.
One of the other things we've had too is at our Houston, probably where you're working at, that we have our GE and E group, which is Global Engineering and Turnarounds. Those guys are pretty well-versed in their discipline.
Mm-hmm.
So they are the ones that write our engineering standards and guidelines. So even as an electrical engineer or process engineer, we have our own engineering standards that everybody within the company follows. So a lot of times when you have a question about something or you need to find out more information, you can just go straight on our portal and you can find those engineering guidelines. And it'll tell you exactly step by step what you need to do, procedures, design. When you're designing the equipment, it's got, procedures and steps and, what this needs to be and what that needs to be, how you specify things when you order new parts or new materials. So we don't talk much about that, but
right.
It's
a lot of resources, a lot of knowledge.
Yeah, and they really are kind of industry experts. A lot of those people, they help write the standards for API, American Petroleum Institute, ASME, what are the other acronyms? IEEE.
Yeah.
We have people that are kind of in the room when they're writing those standards, so it's not like we're just kind of in a silo making our own guidelines, making our own standards. We have industry experts in that, especially in that group, that kind of help to keep us on the leading edge of the industry.
Yeah. So with all that being said, and without going over time, I know we have about 10 minutes left. So I'd love to open up the floor to any questions that any of you have for us today. And if we can't answer them today and you have them later, we'll be at IR tomorrow, so please feel free to schedule time and swing by and chat with us there too. So go ahead.
You talked about a rotational program where you get to do like a little bit of everything, like on the co-op. Would it be like all production things, or were you like doing some environmental, some processing, different?
Yeah.
Like how broad was that?
Yeah, so it's as broad as you want it to be. So it depends on what opportunities are available for the spring or fall rotation. It's not always the same opportunities every single time, right? Because often at times it's Chris and I who are both involved, and we may swap places, or we may swap places with a third person. So the opportunity that I took, the first rotation, was technically a process role, but it was about 50 to 60% environmental. So I worked very closely. I was not the environmental engineer myself, but I worked mostly on wastewater and air emissions. So a lot of my job was modeling and handling and making sure, and working closely with my instrumentation engineer on the water side, to handle all of those regulatory needs and to deal with projects in order to improve the systems that we had. So basically what I'm saying is there's opportunities there. It depends on what you're interested in and what's available, but it may be process, it may be environmental. I said, you may hop right back out of environmental, back to process, back to, right now I work in procurement. So there's also some really interesting commercial opportunities that become available here and there as well, so.
Yeah, so like I really like the production, the process engineering side. So both of all three of my co-op terms were production, and actually both my full-time have also been production or process engineering. But I have a friend that co-opted the same times as me, and she started as a production engineer in the Morris plant where Jermaine works. We were both production engineers, and then she actually, talking about Madison, she actually had a co-op rotation in the downtown office. She was in the finance group. And then after that, she went to a different polymer plant down in South Texas. So she was able to see a bunch of different stuff. And for me, I wasn't as interested in the downtown opportunities, and there may or may not be downtown or kind of the commercial opportunities. But they're out there somewhere, and it really is, especially after the first term. A lot of times the first term we try to keep everybody kind of on the production route. But after that, if you really think you have a desire for something, whether it's controls or environmental or commercial or something like that, we really try to get you kind of focused more in that direction. So it's as diverse or not as, I guess, as what you want. And after the first term, it will make a lot more sense with what's out there.
Yeah. And so we're talking in terms of chemical too, right? So I don't know, it looks like you have like a separations book by you, so maybe this is true. So, But the same can be said for other disciplines as well, right? Whether you have that experience from high voltage to instrumentation or from maintenance to reliability, to fixed or rotating. It depends on whatever opportunities are available, maybe within your site, but the encouragement is to maybe leave the city that you're in, likely just at least leave the plant that you're in, so that you're networking with different people.
But it's like pretty flexible, like moving from sector to sector, like after the co-op stuff, like.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, it's encouraged too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you for that question. Are there any other questions?
I have another question.
Sure. Go ahead.
How often do you guys like change your policy when it comes to like plastic is really big to me. So like when you're in the cleaning process, like does that happen during the maintenance process when you guys like shut down that you're like thinking about like how can we change this facility or like how often do you guys like try to reform what you're doing?
So like changing the technology of the plant?
Yeah, like kind of like making it more sustainable or like where does that come into play?
So for the actual operation like of a single plant, I would say because of the capital resources it takes, I mean these turnarounds some of them are in the orders of like hundreds of millions of dollars that all get implemented in a month. I would say like a complete change of the technology in a specific plant, that doesn't happen very often. A lot of times, like we just built a brand new polymer plant. I think it was, how much was LaPorte? $1 billion?
Well, almost $2 billion.
$2 billion.
Yeah.
So like once we develop and we do the research and development, and if we come up with like a kind of a technology that's going to work, we could potentially build that or license it. We may or may not build it ourselves. Somebody might build it, I guess, not for us, but for themselves with our technology. I would say one of the things that our company is mainly focused on is with the plants that we have, with the equipment we have, kind of optimizing and getting it to run the best. Like, how can we extract all the value we can out of what we already have? Just because our industry, I mean, you'll probably hear it from like all of our competitors, Chevron, Phillips, Exxon, everybody else who kind of in the petrochemical industry. The cost to completely change the plants, it's prohibitive to be able to just kind of change yearly for sure. A lot of the payback for these things are on the order of a decade potentially. So I don't know, did that kind of answer your question? Okay. Yeah, like the technology, it is kind of developing, but unfortunately it's kind of hard to completely change processes. But sometimes when there is a kind of a groundbreaking technology, you will see it. And with how many different plants we have in our company, you might see it in one plant first, and then depending on how successful it is, it starts to get rolled out all through the company.
Okay, is there anything else? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I guess I just want to know, like, how optimized are LyondellBasell plants in terms of, like, automation with DCS versus, like, more manual and batch process?
Fully automated.
Yeah, there are very few batch processor systems, and even that is fairly automated.
Yeah, I would say like at my plant, the only batch process we have is to we mix our own catalyst, so we do that every couple days. But the scale of that versus the scale of the whole process, and that's maybe a couple thousand pounds, and our production is a couple million pounds a day. So it is pretty much, it's definitely all a continuous steady state process, pretty much.
For the most part.
And then of course for the automation, we're always trying to improve the automation because we'll create a DCS, we'll create DMCs, different things to automate and optimize the units. But there's always kind of the fine tuning, because what you'll find is sometimes there's operators that can actually outperform some automation, right? So it's like, okay, we need to have our automation be at least as good, if not better than the operators. So when we see that, that's more room for improvement. And as a chemical engineer, we might identify that, and we'll work with the controls engineers who are oftentimes either instrumentation or chemical engineers to improve those processes. Because I have seen those where we implement one of those new automation strategies, and then I look back and I'm like, man, we were doing better when we were just trusting the operator to do what he kind of knew, or what she knew to be the best. So it's kind of a continuous improvement. So yes, I would say it is all automated, but if it were all automated perfectly, they probably wouldn't need any of us.
We wouldn't have a job, so.
So it's always a continuous improvement, right?
Yeah, and even on our reliability side, we're starting to bring all of our control valves, pressure transmitters, flow transmitters back to our, what we call EMS. So we can actually monitor them online all the time. We're also doing that on the high voltage side with all our motors and even our power system.
Yep.
Just being able to see it from our computers right at our desk, and we don't have to go out and take notes from the actual equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
This isn't a technical question, but how do you think the recent resignation of your CEO, Bob Patel, will impact the company in money terms?
I'm not sure if there necessarily will be an impact. I think there's been a lot of communication through Bob and through our board, if you're familiar with Bob Patel. But I think a whole transition plan is underway, and I think there's plenty of time for that transition to become successful coming into the new year.
You don't think the company's going to change direction in any way?
That may necessarily happen, right? I think Bob has done a phenomenal job over the last 7 or so years, right? Really continuing to grow and expand, and I think we are continuing in a very strong direction, and we'll hold a strong position regardless of the intent, I think, of whoever his replacement becomes. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things that he was pushing for are kind of to stay on the leading edge of the industry. I don't think there's anything that really drew us too far away from what our goals have been for a while. So I do, of course, we don't know, we're not necessarily privy to all that information, but I guess I would be pretty surprised if the company completely changed direction. We have a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline that we've already spent a lot of money on, a lot of time, a lot of resources there's practically no way to kind of stop those with the point that we're at, so.
Yeah, his retirement has left us in, I think, in a very strong position.
Yeah.
You guys are only seeking co-op and intern positions right now, is that correct? Or are you looking for full-times?
There may be some potential for full-time opportunities. If that's something you're looking for, please feel free to talk to us as well.
Okay.
Yeah?
One more personal question, why did you choose this company over other?
Yeah, I can answer that. I interviewed with five companies as a co-op, and what drew me to Lyondell, first off, was I think the camaraderie of the people. They're very, very, very much true to themselves and very open in sharing who they were, and I enjoyed working with somebody who I thought would be very fun and interactive and intelligent. But not only that, I didn't know what I wanted to do when I grew up. I still don't know what I want to do now or 5 years in the future. And there's a lot of opportunity here for me and a lot of different things. I would not have been here. I could not have told you that I would be here right now, back in 2014 when I first started my co-op. So I'm just appreciative of all the opportunities that I have available in front of me and the variety of options that I have in front of me as well. So really all of the opportunities that I had, that I saw as available is what drew me to LyondellBasell.
Yeah, I think on my side, the camaraderie and being able to kind of work as a team every single day. I know there are competitors where you're almost competing against your coworker because you want to be the best. And I've never really seen that, like with us. Whenever I had a problem, especially when I was at the refinery, there would be a problem come up, and you would see 4 or 5 different engineers from the different units. We would all be contributing, trying to figure out what's the best way to move forward. What have you seen in your past? What have you seen? And really working together. And I think something that's even changed kind of since I started is we are now a growing company with an expanding footprint, expanding presence kind of in the chemical industry. And so now I would say that would be even another piece of why I would come to work for us. But definitely being able to work with everybody, which sounds obvious, right? But sometimes it's not as straightforward as you might think. So being able to actually enjoy time with everybody at work, because you do spend you're going to spend a lot of time at work no matter where you end up. So if you enjoy the people that you work with, it makes work a lot more enjoyable.
Absolutely. So I think that's at our time, and I think you said there was a hard cutoff. So if you have other questions, we can transition to this other room, or like I said, we'll be at IR tomorrow. Please feel free to sign for the time and to meet with us then and there, because we'd love to talk to you and review your resume and maybe explore future opportunities. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
You
it.
guys can give a good round of applause for them taking the time out today.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thanks. Nice. Nice. Oh, perfect.
Parking, passing it.
Yes, thank you.
You got a call?